เหรอ
Hi everybody! How are y'all doing? Alright, let me go through my backlog. Congratulations, Squidstuff, on Cooler First. Wow, my computer's struggling. Why is my computer struggling so much? Did VTube Studio just crash? Oh no, there we go. Pets! Yay, pets! Congratulations, Squidstuff, on Cooler First. Congratulations, Darkwolf, on First. Hi, Abby! Hi, Scott. Hi, Silver Vampire.
Hi there.
Thank you for the pets, bud.
Nice.
And hello. Don't steal my blowhigh. It's mean.
Nice.
Hi, Builder. Welcome in.
Sup?
You're banning the filter.
Nice. Nice.
That's mean. That's really mean. Fortunately, I'm not going to be using the fill tool for like the next 2 hours, so by the time I'm using it, it's not going to be relevant anymore.
Nice.
Hey, Seijo.
Nice.
It's a lot of nices.
Nice.
Look, I'm slow at drawing, okay? I take like 4 or 5 hours to draw anything. Hello, everybody! Prolo cute. What the heck? There's a bug on my screen.
Nice.
Go away. There we go. It's faster than you. I mean, presumably I'll get better with practice, right? I'll get faster with more practice. That's the idea. It's very hot today, by the way. It's very warm. I'm not a bug? What the heck, Scott? I'm not a bug? Time for me to get a sword? I have two. They're on my wall. Hi, Marshall. I love that emote from... I love that emote from Umi. It's so good. It's such a good emote. Oh fuck, on my screen's a random boss fight. Yeah, I got a dodge roll. I gotta do my dodge rolling. It's true. That's why I have entomophobia. All bugs are giant. But hello everyone. I hope you all had a good weekend and like start of the week. I'm sorry I've been away for so long. I was hanging out I was hanging out with some great people at the weekend. We gotta lurk, gotta lock in. Good luck. Lock in. Do it. Lock in.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, there was like a little VTuber meetup, and I was hanging out with some cool people. It was a lot of fun, and I got a little bit sunburned. Not much. I managed to avoid the worst of it.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a good time. We've been up in August. We can do. Oh yeah, I don't see why not. Just shrunk the video, shunted it left, and played a vertical ad on the right so it somehow my audio. Yeah, it does that sometimes. You are kind of most of the way there to a Yinglet. You do already have scrungly guy energy. Yeah. I don't usually get out very much. What if Yinglet but in power? Scott kind of is a Yinglet in power armor. I don't usually get out much because I'm agoraphobic, so I don't. It usually takes a lot to get me to leave the house. Fortunately, this meetup had been planned like weeks in advance, so I could kind of build up to it. You'll add a Yinglet to the DNA pool? Do it. Do it. I dare you. I dare you. Do it. Grass is poisonous? It's true. That's actually true, by the way, for me. I am incredibly allergic to grass. If you're gonna have Duck one, you'll be able to Yinglet mode. Just do it. Do it. I dare you. Do it. But yeah, I am incredibly allergic to grass. That's not usually the reason I don't go outside, but I am incredibly allergic to it. I am basically as allergic to grass as you can be without it being life-threatening. Which also means it's kind of hard to get proper treatment for it. I have to take a lot of antihistamines. I buy antihistamines by the, like, year's supply, and it lasts me about 3 months. You wanting to touch grass and me exploding from touching grass? It's true, I explode. The sun's out there, it's true, it's out there and it will get you. I will explode, it's true, it's correct. I will explode. Stop eating histamines then? Wait. I didn't think of that! Oh my god, you're so right. I need to just stop eating the histamines. I should start eating the histamines instead. Because women. Use the money you save to commission you? I would. I spent way too much money this weekend. A steady dose of H1 plus H2 antihistamine is extremely strong anti-COVID? Oh! I didn't know that. I have not had COVID. I didn't get COVID at all. I've never had it. Fight! 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 Hi, Lumenia, welcome in. So I was going down to this meetup at the weekend, and it was quite a long drive. It was like a 6-hour drive. But it was still cheaper to fuel up my car than to buy a train ticket, right? So I offered to take some other people on the way, like pick up people on the way to the meetup and drive people down. I got about 45 minutes from my home, but I will get back to that. So the day before I had to leave, I went to pick up a couple of things, like I was picking up a couple of things I need to take with me, like sun cream, right? You need to carry yourself a calm so you can get Prin to draw your magical girl Scott Harbin. Let's go. I need to see that. I need to see it. It just autocorrect. Thanks, Mitty! Good job on your art. Well, for your nature, we need to gear you up in a hazmat suit, correct? But yeah, I went to go pick up some stuff up the day before that I had to leave for the meetup. And I found out my car's air conditioning wasn't working. And it was like 33 degrees Celsius outside. So I then had to like frantically run around in my car trying to find someone who could fix my air conditioning on the same day. And this is 4 p.m. by the way. This was 4 p.m. And most places closed at 5.
When you play with
Moosin!
Picks you up because you are tiny and small and puts you in my shirt pocket so I can show you the horrors of being a mechanic.
Hi, Moosin! Thank you so much for the 5 months? 5 months! That's a lot of months. Thank you so much for the 5-month subscription. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Especially because I spent way too much money this weekend. Moosin! Well, yeah, my car's air conditioning wasn't working. And I thought it just needed like a recharge, right? So I went to go get it recharged. And they came to me and just went... They looked at it for like an hour and then came back to me and said, we can't do this because the fan on the air conditioning is not working. It's not spinning. So you need to get this properly fixed and we can't do it. So I had to run around trying to find someone who could fix my air conditioner fan on the same day. And everyone said, no, we're closing. But one place was like, we can do it at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I was like, okay. I will call in the morning and get it scheduled in at 10 o'clock. I woke up early that morning, day I had to leave. I called into the place. I called into the place and they were like, oh, I'll get to it, Moosin, don't worry. It's so much worse. It gets worse. I called into the place and they were like, yeah, we can't schedule it at 10 o'clock. We can take your car at 10 o'clock, but we probably won't get to see it won't get to look at it until later tonight. And I'm like, I need to leave at 1 p.m. I can't do that. So I found another place that had been closed by the time I was running around trying to find places. And they were like, yeah, bring it down right now and we'll take a look. And I brought it down to them. And they were like, okay, we'll let you know as soon as we can. About an hour later, they phone me up and are like, we don't know what's wrong with this. We've recharged the air conditioning, and it seems to be holding okay. But there's definitely something else wrong, and if we want to find out, we need it for the whole day. So we called you because you said you had to take the car back. So if you want to take the car back, you can come and get it now. So I'm like, okay, I'll go get my car and hope it's okay. And it seemed fine on the drive. I drive back home, and the car is fine. Air conditioning's all good. It's working okay. So I'm like, okay, maybe this is gonna be fine. Maybe it's gonna be fine. You could probably guess from the way the story's going, it was not fine. So I set off later that day. My first stop is about an hour and a half away from home to pick someone up. I get about halfway to that stop, and I get stuck in traffic. My air conditioning's working fine, and then I get stuck in traffic. I have to stop my car because traffic. It's quite bad traffic in the middle of the motorway. And my air conditioning stops working. It starts blowing warm air. But that's not the big problem. Hi, Sally. Welcome in. That's not the big problem. The big problem is that my car's radiator temperature started going up. To the point where my car started overheating. And I got like red engine check light saying, turn your engine off right now because it's overheated and might explode. So I'm stuck in traffic on the motorway in a car that's about to explode. I am like a mile from a service station, so I pull into the service station as soon as I can. I did notice the moment I started the car moving again, the temperature went down. And I started taking a look at stuff. I opened up I parked in like an out of order gas station pump and opened up the front of the car and was looking under all the stuff, checking all the fuses and everything. Because I was pretty sure what had happened was the radiator fan was busted. So it was spinning when the car was moving, but it wasn't spinning when the car wasn't moving. So it wasn't cooling the radiator. I ended up trying to put some more coolant in the radiator just in case that was the problem. And opening the radiator caused like a bunch of stuff to spill out. So I think the radiator was overfilled. I managed to get the car to my first stop without any problems. Just. Radiators are pressurized when the engine's running? Yeah, but it shouldn't explode when the engine's explode out the moment you open it when the engine's off. And also, after a bunch had vented out, it was still at just below the max level on my radiator marker, so I think it had been overfilled. I mean, it was fine. I managed to get my car to the first stop, and we swapped cars at that point. I ended up taking a friend's car the rest of the way. I left my car, stopped, parked in a driveway for the entire weekend, because I was not driving that all the way. That was not safe. There's an overflow bottle they cycle water in and out of. Check your water level once it's cold. Okay. Drastically underfilled? I will double check that, because I see. Well, I didn't know that. Fair enough. Once I got back to the place, I did end up driving my car home again, because it was kind of fine once I got back. It wasn't overheating. I checked. I left it idling in the sunlight to see how the temperature handled it. And it was stable on the way back. Completely perfectly fine and stable. My aircon was fine. The The car radiator was fine and not overheating, so I did end up driving it back home, and it had no problems. But I do still want to get it checked out, because that was not good. That wasn't good. I'm not a mechanic, as you may tell. I tried my best. British cars are funky. It's a little Fiat 500. It has had some real problems. But it worked okay after I got it back. I don't know what was going on with it. I do need to check the radiator level, actually. Now that you've mentioned that, I should give that a try. I mean, it was working, but I do want to get it checked out properly. But yeah, I ended up driving a car is made of leaves, sticks, and fairy magic. It's true. It's true. I did not end up driving a friend's car for the whole weekend because I wasn't going to risk putting that through its paces. I mean, I was like an hour and a half away from home at that point. And the rest of the journey, with the journey to the meetup, with all the problems I was having, ended up taking 9 hours of driving. Fiat stands for fix it again. This is before I collected, folks. I was on the way to my first pickup stop. Fortunately, they had a car I could use, so I just spent 20 quid to get temporarily insured on it for the weekend. And then I ended up driving that for the weekend. Instead. And that was much better. That one had no problems. It's big brain? Yeah. I got there and I was just like, look, I don't want to ride my car all the way. It's so much driving. Also, we ended up hitting London around rush hour as well, because we had to go past London. And that was bad. I was hoping to get to London like a couple hours before that, but it was a Friday at like 7 p.m. and we hit London, and that's not good.
Let's put on a lovely show for the
Dad,
audience.
welcome in! Thank you for the raid! How are you doing? How is your stream? What were you up to? Just playing Civ 6. Raid Shadow Legends! Whoa! I can't believe that your stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Hi! Why are you in a jar? Because you raided me. That's what happens to everyone who raids me. They get put in the jar. For display purposes, you understand. Welcome in! For those of you who may not know me, I am Prolo. Okay, well now I'm in the jar with you, so... Seen this Reddit thread before. That's true, Marshall, it's true. For those who may not know me, I'm Prolo. I'm a Moon Fairy VTuber. I've not committed any crimes recently. Except for crimes against automobiles, apparently. We were just doing a little story about my weekend. Stream is sponsored by terrible puns and even worse Australian accents. Let's go, that sounds great. There's only one jar left? No, my jar redeem is like timed, so you can't do multiple jars at once. I also like hats, it's true, I do like hats. Hats are good. Yeah, yeah, I can only carry one jar at a time, it's true. But yeah. Oh no, now I'm tiny too. Okay, whatever. If any of you need to do some post-stream self-care, this applies to anyone coming in with the raids. You gotta get a nap, get some sleep, get a snack, get a drink, whatever you gotta do. Please do so. But you are more than welcome to hang out. I mean, we could share a jar if you want, but it might get a bit cramped. I'm small, but I'm not that small. I mean, I am that small now. Look how tiny I am. I'm like a little bug. I'm just really small. I'm just a little bug. Dang, a nap? You could go get a nap if you need a nap. Small bug on your screen. No! I was just talking about the nightmare I had trying to get to a meetup this weekend. Curl up in the bottom of the jar for a nap. That sounds really cute, actually. That's really cute, actually. Yeah, I was talking about the absolute nightmare of a journey I had to try and get to a meetup this weekend. When my car broke down and I had horrible, horrible car trouble. And I ended up having to take a friend's car instead. I also had to dodge a roadkill deer in the middle of a motorway. That was gruesome. Like, it was not whole. Oh yeah, if you fits, you sits. It was really, yeah, it was not pleasant. It was just a massive a journey. We ended up getting, we had planned to meet up with, Zoe and Lily, and go get dinner when we got there. And, we were planning to, like, get there at, like, 7, right? We ended up getting there at, like, around 9:30 in the evening. We still got dinner together, but, like, it was very close to, like, closing time for a lot of places. So we ended up getting in, like, really late. Because of all the issues. It was a good weekend, though. I got to hang out with so many cool people, so many cool friends. And spend a lot of good time with people. We just kind of hung out and had like a little picnic. And just yapped a bit. It was really good. Ended up being a very expensive trip with all the car troubles, because I also had to end up paying for fuel on the... Because people had paid me for like fuel costs to like take them down, right? People had given me a little bit of money for fuel. And then I didn't end up taking my car. So I was like, you know what, I'll just fill up this car with fuel because that will kind of balance it out. That was really expensive. I spent so much money this weekend, and I needed not to, honestly. But it was really nice to hang out with people. Yeah, it was a good weekend, but there was a lot of it was a very stressful Friday. You big part at the moment, yeah. I think that there's a lot of people. Like, that's true of a lot of people, I think. Still, it was good to meet people and good to hang out. I had a good time once I got there. Sleepy today. Oh, I've been freed. I've escaped. I've escaped to the jar. Let's go. I'm still tiny though. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. Still gonna make it to Vexpo? I'm hoping to get to Vexpo. I don't know if I will. I'm debating just like not buying a ticket or anything and just like driving there and parking up for a day just to hang out with people. Hi, Abba. Welcome in. I'm debating just kind of hanging out at Vexpo and not actually going to Vexpo. Thank you, I will make sure to drink my order.
Shrimping on the job, are we?
Oh, I am kind of shrimping, actually. It was so hot this weekend. I'm not small anymore. I mean, I'm still small, but I'm not super small. It was really hot this weekend. It was like upwards of 30 degrees Celsius, which is like 90-some Fahrenheit, I think. It was very warm. I had to shrimp to fit in the jar, it's true. Just a little bit, not much. So I ended up wearing like a really cute bikini for during the meetup, and it was really good. I rocked it. I didn't really take many pictures. I'm not very good at taking pictures. I keep forgetting to. I just kind of enjoy the moment and then don't end up taking pictures and stuff. I took like a few pictures of Ocean X while we were there, and I'm sure I took a couple of other pictures, but I don't remember what they were. There was a picture of me getting smooched. That is true. There is a picture of me getting smooched. That wasn't taken by me, but there was a picture of me getting smooched. Zoe and Lily decided I needed to get smooched at the same time. They also double cabadoned me at one point. No, it was a good weekend. I had a good weekend overall, but the trip down was a lot. It definitely got a lot better once I switched cars and didn't have to worry anymore. Plus, we had a good journey. A long journey is always better with company. So we made it into a little bit of a road trip. We just kind of yapped the whole way down. It was a good weekend though. I was very tired when I got home. Because even though I had like a good trip back up, it was pretty uneventful, honestly. It ended up being a 6-hour drive, so I was very tired by the time I got home. I did like, it was something like a combined 16 hours of driving, I think. Over the weekend, over 3 days. Something like that. Because I was also having to like drive to and from the hotel. Because I knew the trip was going to be a lot, so I took, we had like 2 days in a hotel to, we had like 2 nights in the hotel, so that I could do the journey down on one day, actually rest well, go to the meetup, and then go back the next day. Because I knew the trip was going to be a nightmare, and I knew I'd be exhausted after the meetup. And it turns out both were correct. But I ended up doing about 16 hours of driving total, which is a lot, and I was very tired, and I wasn't sure if I was going to stream on Monday. And then I got home and I was just like, I'm not gonna, no. So I did things today instead. And then I realized I had not actually got anything planned for this week. Because I finished both Twilight Princess and Motor Slice last week. Alright, I finished Motor Slice the week before, I think, and we did Barony last week. And so I just didn't really have anything planned for this week, so I was just like, what can I do? Let's draw. I want to draw. So we're going to do Art Fight. I signed up yesterday. And we're going to try and do some Art Fight today. I wasn't sure if I was going to do Art Fight this year. I wanted to, but I was feeling a little under a lot of pressure the last time I signed up for Art Fight, and it kind of stopped me from doing anything last year. And I've been kind of burned out a little bit lately, like, on and off. And so I was kind of hesitant to take on any more, like, responsibility. But I figure if I'm drawing anyway, I might as well be doing it for Art Fight, right? So we're gonna give that a go today. Oh, it's a sleepy day. It's also really freaking hot today. I have my air conditioning on. And I have a fan. And I'm still really hot. I also just realized I need to zoom in. Hello everybody, I'm closer now. I got closer. I'm having a bit of a block at the moment, it's just skipping Art Fight. That's very fair. It's very, very fair. I've had enough people, like, reassure me that, like, Art Fight is... It is best to not think of Art Fight as, like a requirement for anything, right? You just sign up with the intent to do something, I think. And if you... Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. If you sign up with the intent to do something, right? And if you don't get to anything, that's okay. As long as you're, like, intending to, I think it's fine. If you're signing up to Art Fight in the hope that you get free art, and you're not actually intending to engage with it, I think that's kind of sucky. You feel obligated to respond. The way I think of it is that, like, I understand completely, but the way I think the way I see it is like it's a gifting thing, right? You're gifting someone some art. That's the point. And you could respond, but like responding is nice. It's like a return gift, but there's no expectation for that, right? You thought you tucked me in? I got out. I escaped. I've escaped. You gift and expect nothing. However, I do have a 100% revenge rate. I see. But this is the thing. Like, nobody is safe from adorableness. It's true. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. This is the thing. Like, if I do an art fight attack to somebody, I'm not expecting a revenge from them, right? It's just like, this is the thing I've done. Enjoy. And if they give me one, that's nice. But there's no expectation for it. And I'm trying to hold that mentality in my head while I go into this to try and like minimize the stress from it. Because I'm perfectly happy to just give people stuff regardless. I like drawing and I'm happy to draw friends. So it really is just a case of... It's just an excuse to draw friends, really. Speaking of which, I think I know who I want to draw today. I've been looking through my options. Been looking through the character options, and I think I have one I want to draw. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Yeah, I hope everyone else has had a good weekend. I got a little bit sunburned on my chest. You already target locked on me? Oh no! So you think how you want to do it? Yeah. That's how it is, really. Because, like, there's so many people I want to draw, right? But it's, like... It's having the inspiration from, like, the character profiles to be, like... Yeah, I know what I'm drawing. I know what I'm drawing. I know, like, what pose I want to draw and everything. Had a weekend in which things happened. Very fair. Dealing with the aftermath of getting a new car. Yeah, that'll do it. It really is just a thing of just, like, if you don't have time for it, that's also okay. On my chest? I mean, I was shirtless for most of the weekend. I was wearing a bikini. Don't be afraid to target strangers. That's true. I should do that too. I have one I want to draw today, and it is a friend I know. There is a friend I want to draw. I probably won't get too many attacks done over this art fight season, mainly because it takes a long time to draw, and it's a lot of effort. And it's more just that I can't always dedicate the, like, energy to it, if that makes sense. Because, like, whenever I do something, especially something that takes a lot of time and effort, I have to consider how long it'll take, how much work it'll be, and whether I have the energy to commit from start to finish. Because often I just don't. My energy levels fluctuate very rapidly, and it's kind of hard to explain what that means exactly. Because, like, it's not necessarily just feeling tired, right? But it is kind of, but also not. I don't know. Just one is fine? Yeah. Maybe we should put some sunscreen on? I did put some sunscreen on! I had sunscreen on! Which is why I'm not like boiled lobster, and why it's just kind of a little bit sore. It was nice to hang out with people this weekend, though. I feel a lot more confident in myself than I used to, so I like wearing cute outfits, and I get to do that now. You don't put sunscreen on, you try not to go out when it's sunny and have to play Frogger with shade, that's fair. Oh, I see. You should get a parasol. Nah, I can absolutely see it being a sensory issue for people. I have to put like creams and stuff on my skin a lot because I have extremely sensitive skin, and it often I often get like rashes and things. So I often need to put like moisturizing creams and things on my skin. So I'm kind of used to it at this point. Something I really struggle with though is getting my hair cut. I really struggle with getting my hair cut. Why all the cool parasols now for 14 lot behind PvP? What do you mean? The Totoro leaf isn't. The Totoro leaf is one of the coolest parasols. That's not PvP. That's from Aloelo Island. But you are right, there's some really cool parasols that are a lot behind PvP. I've got most of the parasols, I think, but I've either bought them from the market board or just got them from, like, map drops or whatever. I used to do a bit of PvP, but I hate it. Yeah. I am not happy with it. I want to talk about this a little bit, actually. I'm really not happy with the way PvP changed in FF14 when they redid it in Endwalker. Because they basically built in a system of FOMO into FF14, which I really dislike. Because the way PvP rewards worked before, right, was that competing in PvP games would get you currency, which you could use to buy gear and stuff from the shop. There were some limitations to it, and there were some things you could get from like achievements. There was also the Garo event, which is kind of semi-permanent. I don't really know what they're doing with that, but it did go away at one point and then came back again. But all the PvP stuff was just through like wolf marks, the currency you could get. You got currency for doing PvP, and then you could buy PvP gear. But they changed it in Endwalker to introduce a battle pass, which changes every 2 patches. And once it's gone, the items from it are completely inaccessible for the next 4 years. They only started reintroducing the items from the very first battle pass at the beginning of Endwalker in the early patches of Dawntrail. Why? I hate it. Why is there FOMO in this? It's like they didn't believe that their PvP was good. It's like they believed their PvP was bad and no one would want to play it. So they tried to force people to play it by putting in emotes and stuff. It's awful and I hate it. Like, at the very least, what they should have done is they should have done it so that like, PvP wasn't that popular, sure. But even if they wanted to do the quote-unquote FOMO Battle Pass, they should have just put the rewards into the Crystal Shop after the thing expired. We should play together sometime? We should. I don't really play it super much anymore. A lot of the stuff I liked about it kind of got phased out over time. Which also includes the people I was playing with. A lot of the people I met stopped playing, and so it kind of ended up being quite a lonely game eventually. Like, it's not like there was no one there. I've still got some close friends that play regularly, but it's different playing with like 1 or 2 people versus like hanging out in a town and just like chatting with random people that you know, right? Like having 20 people around that you know. It's a different experience. You're still here. Yeah, I know, you're still there. You're like one of the people who's always there. You hop back in this week. I was playing it yesterday a little bit. I was doing the most recent raid. I really don't like the most recent raid, actually. Like, it's fun. But I really don't like the final boss of it, and I think it's a big disappointment. It's just a lot of small annoyances. It's like, it has a mechanic that means you have to constantly keep retargeting the boss. It has a long phase transition cutscene. It doesn't really do much very interesting. It's just kind of a boring fight. It has a cool moment or two, but it's kind of just boring. I actually, I got a new top for my, Viper yesterday from the raid, and, I was looking into glamming it because the glam I was using was not available for some reason. I think I had desynthed it. Whoops. And so I went through my Glamour Dresser and I was looking through the options. And I was like, okay, I've tried every single chest piece I have, and the best one I can find is the level 70 Bard job gear. 40 stream streak! Hi Alexi, yeah, there's 14 yapping. So is the level 70 Bard job gear was the best option I could find, because it kind of slapped, honestly. The problem was I wanted to dye it. How's it hanging? I'm doing good. It's warm here and I'm tired, but it's going good. But yeah, I wanted to dye it. If you can't see the problem with that, let me introduce you to a little place called Eureka. The level 70 job gear is the job gear from Stormblood. And you get it fairly easily. The job gear for each class you get for just doing your job quests, I think, pretty much. But it can't be dyed. To dye it, you need to upgrade it 3 times. You need to upgrade it first to +1, then +2, and then to the Animos gear, which requires a lot of Eureka currency. It's like 50 crystals to upgrade it the first time, 150 the second time, 500 the third time. Fortunately, I almost had enough. Because I had not too long ago, I mean, I say not too long ago, it was a few years ago now, I went through all of Eureka. There was a group going through Eureka and doing Baldesion Arsenal. And I hopped in and helped out, and also got through it myself. And also, Baldesion Arsenal is extremely peak. It's probably one of the best bits of content in the game. It's a very kind of older school type dungeon, it feels like. Because you can't just, like, go into it, right? You have to actually, like, get a group together, and you have to, like, create the way in. You have to properly distribute, like, tasks around. Because you can't raise people in Baldesion Arsenal. You can't just cast Resurrection on people and get them back up. The only way to res people is you can, you have, like, an ability that has a chance of resing you when you die, automatically. And I think healers can also have a way to sacrifice themselves to res somebody else, which can proc the auto-raise as well. So you basically, like, have to juggle stuff like that. There's a point where you have to send a group off out of the dungeon to do something outside, and then they can hop back in. And then the final boss has a mechanic that kicks you out of the instance if you fail it. If you mess up the mechanic, it just kicks you out of the instance, and you don't get to complete it. You don't get your completion. And it's kind of punishing, but it's a lot of fun. Like, especially compared to, like, a lot of the modern stuff, it's not that hard. The mechanics are not that complicated. It's nothing beyond what, like, base level Shadowbringers does. But it's very good. Just going through the story stuff and getting guided to the relic weapon stuff and then immediately being told it's not worth it because it's 6th expansion underleveled. Yeah, like, unless you want the relic weapons for the glam, don't bother. The relic weapon stuff is just not worth it. If you want it for the glam, by all means go ahead. I did the Heavensward relic weapons for Scholar because I wanted the glamour. Because at the time, did you know that back in the day there was only one white Scholar book? That was back in early Shadowbringers. There was only one Scholar book that was white. And I wanted a white Scholar book to go with my glam because I had like it had like this white and black theme with like a white shirt and a big black hat. But there was only one book that was white to go with it. Everything else was kind of grey or brown or red and none of it fit. But there was exactly one bright white Scholar book. And that was the fully upgraded Heavensward relic. So I went through and did the Heavensward relic. Because even the non-glowing variant of that is grey, not white. You torture yourself for an item only to never touch it again? I mean, same. I used to do that. I since do not. I have so many of the Shadowbringers relics that I've never touched. As a Machinist main, Machinist is fun. I still remember when Machinist had to manually reload. Apparently Machinist is fine. It's not good, but it's fine. It's playable. Like, unless you are trying to world first ultimates, you don't need to care. Realistically. The only cases where you have to really care about which class you're playing, in terms of like what you are trying to achieve, there's only two reasons you need to. If you are world first racing, you have to have a good comp. Because if you're world first racing, you are trying to do it before anyone else. You need a good team comp. The only other time you really need to consider it is your role requirements for Savage. And even then, it's not a requirement, right? Like, my raid group for a while, my raid static had 2 fizz ranged. Which is suboptimal. It's completely suboptimal because you get lower limit break charge and you get a smaller stat bonus. But the reality is, it doesn't matter that much. We could still clear every fight if we were really locking in. But it does make a difference. So you do need to be aware that it does make a difference because you get bonuses for having a proper team comp. Like stat bonuses and limit gauge gain. Machinist does great unless you're looking for perfect damage. As a ranged DPS, it does good single target damage and is cool as fuck. Machinist is very cool. It's fun to play, but it is probably the lowest DPS class in the game right now. Maybe tied with Bard. Bard is extremely low DPS. The benefit Bard has is that Bard has party buffs, which can make it very, 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 very valuable. With the right setup. I mean, ultimately, other jobs like Dancer do that job better, but it's still good. It's also the thing about Bard is it's also very difficult to play well for very little payoff. Is the reality. Bard is one of the harder classes to play right now because it is so busy. If you are trying to play Bard at top level, it is incredibly difficult because it's very busy. It has a 15-second cooldown you need to stay on top of, and you cannot let drift, which sucks. You have very little leeway in your buff windows for anything because you have so many buttons to press. It's very complicated, and it's very difficult to execute very well. I'm good at it because I've been playing it since 2017, but it's hard. It's hard to play. Even I mess it up a lot. Oh, it gets so much worse, Moosin. It gets so much worse. Like, you get a 20-second buff window, and if you are playing Bard at top level, you have to make use of every single cooldown that you have during that window. Every single global cooldown has to be used in a specific way during that window for 20 seconds. And you have to keep your 15-second off global cooldown up constantly. You have to keep that going You roll your face in the controller for 20 seconds. You kind of do. So it's just like playing a 3-kit engineer in Guild Wars 2. Game with only 10 buttons total, but it crams 25 actions into the for swapping kits. It does sound a little bit like that, honestly. It is kind of like that. Bard's a lot of fun when you get into it, though. It's really fun. But the reality is, it's really hard to play and just doesn't do that much damage, so it's not really worth it. It's why most people don't play it at top level. Because it's just kind of, you can play something that's you're less likely to mess up and get more from it, right? Do I have CC? Yes. Do I have buffs? Yes. Do I have debuffs? Yes. Do I have damage? I'll get back to you about that in about 5 to 10 business days. Exactly. You can play Dancer and have roughly the same experience, but be more impactful. Basically, yeah. Like, Dancer is kind of less busy than Bard. It's the thing. Like, it does roughly the same thing. But it's less busy, and it does its job better. There's also Dancer, Musin. Yeah, it's good they're dropping the 2-minute buff window, because it really does hamstring so many classes. Why did my tracking break there? I think my computer's overheating a little bit. Yeah, but Dancer is the other ranged DPS, and they're adding a new one, I think, in, I think it was a ranged DPS they're adding in Evercold, is what they said. But we don't know anything about it yet. Yeah, I can play every class, but there's classes I like to play less. And I haven't leveled everything up to 100, admittedly. Still gonna get through Dawntrail? Get through is the right word. I did not like Dawntrail. Yeah, we'll know about it soon. I didn't like Dawntrail. It is my least favorite expansion, and that includes A Realm Reborn. I don't dislike it for the same reason a lot of people do, because I really like Wuklammat. Wuklammat is great. I love her. She is just a soft bean. Every job's pretty fun when you get into them. I feel like healing just ends up being more fun in the long run. That's fair. Healers have got some fun kits. I like Scholar a lot. But yeah, I didn't really like the second half of Dawntrail. It felt messy, it felt rushed, and it felt like its message was very confused. It felt like it was trying to say something, but then constantly contradicting itself. And I just kind of lost steam with it, and wasn't super invested by the end of it, which is a real shame. It's the only time a game has made the game has made me check out. Because I just felt like it didn't really know what it was talking about. And like, it didn't really know what it was trying to say. It's how I felt. And I don't want to go into it because it'll be spoilery, but I didn't really like Dawntrail. I think they've come around a little bit in the patches, but I'm hoping Evercold like revs me back into it. Because Shadowbringers was incredible, and Endwalker I actually liked even more. Even though there was one quest that was deeply uncomfortable on a personal level in Endwalker that I needed to take a break from it after I finished it. But I really liked Endwalker. And it was a real letdown. I feel like it probably just needed to like reset the stakes and pull things down a little bit and not try to go as hard as it did. Realistically. I'll stop complaining. I still think it's a good game. We've got an ad coming up in a minute, so I'm gonna go into a little BRB screen, make sure my drink is refreshed and everything, and when we get back we can start actually doing some art fights. I'm yapping for an hour. So I will see you all in a few minutes. I will make sure to stretch. You should too. Make sure you get yourselves a drink, and I will see you soon. I'm leaving forever. It's true. I'm going to just leave you on the BRB screen forever. Goodbye, everybody. I'm not coming back. I nearly accidentally shut OBS down when getting back to my desk. I moved my mouse out the way and accidentally clicked it, and the mouse was over the X button in OBS. I will not do that. I will not do that, Squidza, because that is against Twitch TOS, and I will get banned. Welcome back, everybody. TTP failed, it's true. Alright, I have an idea of who I want to draw for this one. That, it doesn't work like that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. There you go, have your points back. You can't do that. You know what, I should probably do that for Scott earlier too. There we go, Scott, have your points back. That's right! I have control! Alright. I need to get my references because I forgot to get those. I forgot to pick up my references before this. There is someone I want to draw. You. There's the reference sheet that I want. Alright, I have a full reference sheet. Hello! Lamprey knows the cat? Welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. Alright. This is who we're drawing today. Some of you may recognize this dragon. This is who I'm gonna attempt to draw. Is it green? Alright, I kinda want her like looking down. It would be kinda like that. Okay, what's the pose I'm looking for here? I want to do like a hand up pose like this. I'm just doing block shapes for now. Block shapes are usually good for this kind of thing. Bodies are triangles. How do I want the other hand to be? Let me see. Okay, I think I got it. There we go. legs. Legs. What pose do we want for the legs? We've got the tail and wings as well, but those can be added in later. We need a bit more hip, actually. Let's get some more hip. That's a bit better, because then the shape's like... we're a little bit wide there. So now the shape's like that. Yeah, that's good. Okay. I think we do it kind of like she's taking a step forwards if I can. I think how to do this. I think that's vaguely right, but we need to adjust the position of this leg. So it's more like that. Okay. I think that works for like a first pass, and then we'll do some further refinement. So again, just gonna do some block shapes for now, but we'll get to something a little bit more on the next pass. I'm gonna give her like a kind of evil grin. Okay, that works. And the horns are kind of interesting. So I'm gonna go like this. Yeah. Right, I'm on the wrong setting, that's why. Go. Oh, that's kind of not quite right, is it? It's more like that. Yeah, okay. And then she has... The horn that kind of does that. Okay. My hair kind of comes back like that. I'm just keeping things very vague right now, and we'll add more detail later. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah, quite happy with those hands. I think those are good outlines for that. Again, more detail will be added later. I'm gonna do like the basic leg shape, which is kind of more like this. Does that work? Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. I'll try a different pose. Not a fan of that one. See if I can take a look at some references. Oh, I think the leg should be crossing over. That's probably why it looks weird. I think that's why it looks weird. Yeah, that's definitely it. It needs to move in this way. Finger paints with condiments! Something seems off about that foot. I think she's just lifting it too high. Yeah, I think it's just too high up. There's too much foreshortening there. Let's take a closer look at some of these references. Hi, two hot girls kissing. Welcome in. I think that kind of works. I think it does need to be rotated over a little bit more. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, I think that works. Alright, we're gonna do clothing now, including titties. We gotta draw booba. Fight, fight, fight! Hi, Zealous. I should save this so I have somewhere to put it. Make a folder for art fight. Nah. My computer's been struggling a bit lately. I had a bit of a scare yesterday. Hi, Zealous! I had a bit of a struggle
Do not
yesterday.
let yourself become trim.
I will unshrimp. So, yesterday I was having some problems with my computer. I was looking around for solutions for it. And I'm pretty well versed with how computers work. So, hi Riley, welcome in. I'm pretty well versed with how computers work. And I know that one of my hard drives has been kind of failing lately. This needs to be moved over, this whole arm.
You deserve a glass of water.
Oh, I will take a drink. Thank you. One of my hard drives has been having some issues lately. Yay, putts! So, I had a suspicion that, maybe my computer was using that hard drive more than it should be for, like, basic system tasks. And there is a concept in computers called a page file. In very, very rough terms, a page file is basically what your computer does when it uses when it kind of doesn't have enough memory in your RAM for everything it's trying to do. So it kind of just offloads some stuff to the to a disk for a while, to a hard drive for a bit. While it's trying to, like, bigger titties, there we go. While it's trying to find some space for stuff. And what it uses for that is a page file, which just kind of indexes where stuff is going. More or less. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's the basic idea. And I had a suspicion that it might have been using the kind of messed up hard drive for its page file. And it turns out I was right. So my computer was having a lot of problems because it was using a hard drive that wasn't working super well for a basic system task. And so I was like, oh, okay, so this thing, I'm going to just turn the page file off on this hard drive. So it doesn't use this hard drive, right? If it doesn't use this hard drive, then it's not going to have to constantly be writing stuff to this kind of messed up hard drive. And it'll work better. I did something silly, but I'll get back to it in a minute. After I did that, my computer started having even worse problems. And when I say even worse problems, shortly after I did that, the computer hard crashed. Like, black screen, nothing was working. Oh, heck, have I... Did I break stuff? Did I apply this to the reference too? I've been moving around the reference too. Hold on, let me refresh that. And I restarted and was hoping that like maybe it would just, you know, start working again. And it did for a bit. And I booted up WaterFox, my browser, and I booted up Steam, and it hard crashed. And then I tried booting up Steam first, and it was fine. Then I booted up WaterFox, and it hard crashed. It did that 8 times before I realized what the problem was, and it never booted up for more than about 5 minutes at a time. The problem. My computer didn't have another page file. So anytime it was running out of memory, instead of trying to offload some of that to a hard drive, it was just closing random programs. And because the programs it was closing were completely random, they were system critical ones. I fixed it by assigning my page file to a different hard drive. Fax a 20-piece meal from KFC to me with mashed potatoes, baked beans, coleslaw, and cornbread? There's 2 interesting things about that. First of all, I don't like coleslaw. But more importantly, I've never eaten cornbread. I don't really know what cornbread is like. I've never had cornbread. We're fixing that sometime? I see. It's bread made from corn. I mean, I figured that was the case, but like... You see, the thing is, a lot of stuff is made from corn in the US, and we don't really grow it here. So what is your... Okay, so you just... Your boobs are too high up here. That's better. Let's also make them a tiny bit bigger. Okay. I don't really know what an American biscuit is like either, to be honest. It just looks like a scone to me. But people keep telling me it's not a scone. Is that like... Oh, it's like a pentagram, I see. So you have like a... Pretty low cut top here. Okay. And this connects to like, there's 2 things here. This connects to that one. This connects to that one, like that, I think. I think that's right. Yeah, and then these. Connect down like this. And across the middle. I will clean this up, of course, but for now, like a faucet thing here. Yeah. Rough sketch. Okay, we're gonna get I don't really have clawed fingers, but I'm just drawing them like that for like the so I can get the fingernails in properly. Okay. Let's get down to there. We have fishnets. I'm just gonna kind of do that for this because I'm not wasting all that time drawing that. Especially if he doesn't own a fax machine. I got magic faxes. Magic faxes are a thing. But also, I don't own a fax machine.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, and you have like a relatively tight skirt, which is going to be interesting, because that needs to come down like... I think that's how we do it. You got a fax machine? It just printed a fax? How cute! It is true, I am cute. Yeah, I know it. Oh, the fact that the leggings are like the thigh highs are like at different angles like that really does help sell the angle of the legs a lot. And these have got like holes in them. I'm just gonna draw some random holes. And the shoes are like okay, they're like little pointed shoes like that. Work. Kinda. Keep the wings pretty large, I think. That'll work. Okay. I think we have like the basic outline here. I need to move this. This needs to be elsewhere. I don't need the expressions, so we'll just do that. Okay. Let's try and do some cleaner lines. That's a little too thin. 8's probably good. Okay. Yeah, that works. I think that works. It's not quite right in that corner, so we'll fix that up in a sec. Okay. Okay. Alright, I like that. I like that a lot. Dang it, I accidentally rotated the canvas. Bring this up here so I can get a better look at the hair and horns and stuff. Cute? Who that? This is one of Noelle's characters. This is Aurora Frostwing. This is Noelle's dragon. Noelle is a good friend and a good bean. And I saw her character and I got a little bit of inspiration for a little art that I wanted to do. So we're doing it. Why is it not letting me... Why is it not letting me just delete this a little bit? Usually it does. Huh. Weird. Oh well. Okay. That's definitely working. That is working for me. Not often I get a good line on my first try. Okay, that's good. Okay. I definitely got a lot better at drawing hair recently. Hair's been something I struggle with. Even more so than hands, weirdly. Oh yeah, that looks great. This is working for me. I want to do the side. So it's like in two chunks here. So let's do the lower one first. I want to do is kind of like this. Okay. Isn't quite working because I need like another thing on top, so this needs to be quite wide so that there's enough space to fit another set on top of this. Okay, that works. Now clean that up. I'm definitely getting faster at this too, because this, the fact that I'm already on clean lines in less than an hour is promising. So now we have to do another one. It's kind of like that. Okay. Carefully erase inside this. Yeah, okay, that works. Okay. Clean that up. This hair is weirdly complicated, actually. It's been a little bit more difficult to draw than I expected. Okay. Okay. I got a kind of... These need to be a little bit softer than just sharp points. Oops. We're gonna do our kind of front hair here. Kind of as this. It goes a little bit further over than that actually. It's like that. Yeah, it's more like that. Okay. I don't want to have an outline there, but there kind of needs to be one. Like that. Yeah. No. Think like that. That's a little better. Work out where the... Ooh, my computer froze for a second there. Trying to work out where the face needs, where like the chin needs to go. It's like what we have kind of works, but I think it needs to kind of be a little steeper, weirdly. Oh yeah, something like that. Not quite like that, but something like it. I think like that works. Okay, we're gonna do the top of the head. Jeez. Kind of just like that, really, and then the top horns. Some biker was driving no helmet. Oh no! You don't want to do that. Yeah, drive with a helmet. If you're on a bike, wear a helmet, please. It is a very not good. It is not a good idea to not wear a helmet when you're on a bike. So welcome in, Petra. We'll do an art fight today. It's a little too flat, I think. There needs to be like more verticality to it, like... Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah. Needs to kind of go up here. Eh. Something about this is not quite right. Let me try this. Just got a feel for it. Okay. Yeah, that's the shape. You know what? Two things aren't right? What two things aren't right? We've already established this. We've already established that drawing a penis is against Twitch terms of service, and I'm not going to do it. These horns are weirdly hard to draw. I think I'm drawing them too small, actually. Let me zoom out. Did I accidentally undid
By
this?
law, you must draw an anatomically
Jeez.
correct penis. This is specified in the bylaws of the 1340 Penal Art Accord.
Jeez, that was really loud. But also that's not true, erstwhile. You don't have to scream in my ear about it. It's not true, you're making it up. I'm not getting banned from Twitch just so I can draw a penis. Why is this so difficult? Dwagon! Hi, Scott. We're drawing a dwagon. Dwagon girl.
Dokąd cegli zjud.
What do you mean, no pen tool? That just means I can't draw! What the heck, Scott? Okay, technically this is the marker tool, so it's fine. I'm not refunding those points. Just trying to ruin my art fight. What the heck, Scott? Why is this? Why can I not draw this? Why is this so difficult? Why is this so hard? Why is this horn so difficult? I genuinely am struggling with these. I don't really know why. Okay. I don't understand why this is so hard. I genuinely am really struggling with these. I don't really know why. Let's do this. So that's the idea. Okay, I think I've got it. I think I've got it. There it is. Okay, we got it. We got it. We finally got it. Oh, there's an ad break already going. Whoops. I was not paying attention to my ads. I was too focused on these horns. Alright, the difficult one is going to be during the second one. It's got to kind of match the first one. Okay. I think we got it. I think we got it. Okay, I think we got it. So we gotta get hair coming down here too, but we'll draw that later. Yeah. Okay. I think that's actually kind of in the wrong place. I think it needs to be more over here. Yeah, that's more like it, I think. We want to do another line around these, but with that, I think on the outside. Yeah, rotate the other way.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
Raid! Hello, Gleam. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? How was your stream? Hope you had a good time. How was it? You were playing Book of Hours. I don't know what that is. Please let me know, because I am intrigued. Thank you so much for hopping in. For anyone coming in who doesn't know me, I am Prolo. I'm a Moon Fairy VTuber. I have not committed any crimes recently. I'm doing some odd fight today. Deeply and hugely scuffed, you had fun starting a second playthrough? Oh, cool. I mean, scuff is part of the course, really. I hope you had fun. What is the game like? I'm curious. Yeah, if you, I will say though, if you gotta do any post-stream self-care, take a nap, a snack, whatever you gotta do, please do so. But you are more than welcome to hang out. A library sim. Oh, okay, that sounds fun. I like libraries. I hope you had a good time, and thank you very much for sending people over. I appreciate it. Early because of scuff? It happens. It's unfortunate. You have a bit of time, you're trying to wait at some point. That's fair. It happens. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. Have I played Cultist Simulator? I haven't. Oops. I don't usually play many simulator games. Card-based role-playing game. Yeah, I've seen Cultist Simulator. I've just not played it myself. His stats are elements of the soul. Interesting. Fly on my hand. Get off. Go away. Each has different aspects and associations. I see. Rotate this. He says tools and memories to decipher occult mysteries, and you learn lessons through those acquired skills and level up. That sounds cool. That honestly sounds really cool. You win the game by writing history into existence. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. You're a cartographer. Based. This isn't quite right. Hold on. I messed this up. I messed these up. Every book has 2 quotes in it when you read it, plus a description. Interesting. There's so much reading and so much lore. That could be fun, though. A lot of lore and reading can be fun, especially if you're invested already. If you're already invested in the story, then it can be a lot of fun. There we go. Book you love called My Deeds and My Powers, My Accomplishments, and the Injustices Perpetrated Against Me by this Deceitful Order of Obliviates. That is a long title. That's like the visual novel style. So I'm glad you had fun with it. It sounds like an interesting kind of game. You can invite the author over for tea. I love that. Actually, I love that a lot. Yeah, we're drawing boobas. Boobies. I'm drawing some dragon booba. Set in a British isle called Brankrug. Brankrug? I wouldn't know how to pronounce that, which is funny. Because it may surprise you that I'm British. I know, it's a shocking revelation. You mentioned it because of the tag? Fair. Wrong buttons. Wiggle. The thing about these games is setting and lore and draw is the draw, and the more of it you pay attention to, the better you tend to do in the mechanics as well. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think a game that can meld a game that can meld its lore and its mechanics together in an interesting way is always a real treat. Not every game is able to do that, and it is a real treat when one can. Nah. Oh no. Sorry, giant axolotl pads? I'm sold. I'm 100% sold. Okay, I think that's working. Need a little bit of A little bit of side boob there. Not much, just a little bit. To go back and clip that noise clip from the VOD. It sounds adorable, honestly, and I love Axolotl. They're really fun. They're really cute. They're so sweet, cute, and adorable. There's a giant moth pat? That could be cute. I am unfortunately quite entomophobic, so I tend to avoid moths and things in games. See, it's because they're so big compared to me. I'm very small. Oops. This is well, you hadn't figured out you had a viper, turtle, a cat, and a dog. That's cute! It's cute. I'm gonna draw this in right now, but we'll probably have to erase some of this later. Yeah, caramel dancing! I've got some old classics on this playlist. My reference moved over. Punched in the face with memories. That's kind of how I do be sometimes. Okay, this is not right. This is not correct. Hi, Vera! Thank you. I didn't get a chance to contribute last year. We've been doing a little bit of art fight today. I'm quite slow at drawing, so I probably won't get too many attacks done before art fight's over, but I'm gonna do my best. How thick is the... It's pretty thin, actually. Let's go with that. I am in no way the best artist in the world, but I've definitely improved a lot over the past few months. Did I not get rid of that? I should have got rid of that. I was practicing my horns. Like, let me show you a bit of art I drew. Let me show you some art I drew. I'm the best artist in my chat, that's true. What's some art I drew? Last year in about May? So this was something I drew in, like, May last year, I think. Oh, it's huge. Hold on, let me... OBS, can you not crash, please? OBS, please don't crash. Thank you. OBS was not happy with me. This is something I drew in, like, May last year. And, like, it's not bad. But there's a lot that's not good about it. Art fight's a good time to improve. Yeah, I think that's true. It's a fun event. I get to give people gift art and I get to practice. So that's something I drew like last year. What's something I drew recently? Hi, Mono. Let me remove that. And this is one I drew relatively recently that I'm still pretty happy with. Okay, I need to use my mouse for this because my tablet is complaining at me. This is what I drew like not too long ago as a little promo thing. And I'm pretty happy with this. I'm happy with how this turned out. I'm definitely getting a lot better. And I haven't drawn all that much. I don't draw super regularly. So I'm quite happy with how I'm doing. And being able to just do a little bit more with Artfight is nice. Promolo. It's true. It was. That's what it was. There's a promo for a little thing. You got a dip? No worries! Thanks for stopping by, Mira. It's always nice seeing you. Have a happy Artfight yourself, too. I know you've been going pretty hard with it. Let's try drawing from this end. Because we're going to have to be deleting some of this in a second. Yeah, that's it. That's the shape. Clean this bit up, but that's the shape. Engaging Lakamoto. Lakamoto? I hope at least one person gets that reference. I was a big fan of Iosis back in the day. I don't think I have any Iosis on this playlist, actually. I should add some. Iosis were kind of peak. Cool. not quite right. Hold on. I think the fingers are just too long. We gotta like shrink them a little bit and then we'll clean that up. This one actually needs to move down. Like move down, not... Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah, moving this one down makes a huge difference. Yeah. That's better. I think we need to tweak these a little bit more, but not by much. Definitely an improvement. Oops. Is the hand facing her? Yes, yes it is. I realize the problem. I realize what I've done here. I need to do something. I need to do something really, really simple, actually, that I've done wrong. You are correct. It's backwards. Oops. No, you were right. The hand was backwards. I've done that before. It's very easy to do. Needs to be a little bit wider too. Yeah. It's a mistake I make quite often. Thank you for pointing it out. The moment you said, is that hand facing her, I was like, yes? Wait, I realize the problem now. Okay, that's better. That's definitely better. Fishnets are a bit of a pain, though. Is there like a pattern brush I can use for these? There's gotta be like a pattern fill I can use, right? I'm not super familiar with I know there are ones people use and stuff like that. Oh, I'm not in Krita. I'm in Clip Studio. I'm noticed up in Clip Studio Paint. Girl, Taki. Trying to like. There's got to be something I can use for this, right? Oh, you just have like a chain thing? Wait, this is really good. Wait, what the heck? Wait! Are you kidding me? There's an instant frills button? What the heck have I been missing? Wait! What? Have I been missing this the whole time? Has this been here the whole time? There's gotta be a way to make this that's not hand drawing it, right? Because, like, I can hand draw it. It's not a problem. It just takes forever. Why is it random? Why is the angle random? Oh, it's because it's set to random. Okay. I think I will just hand draw it, honestly. I think I can get a better result that way. But good to know I've got an instant frills button. That's useful. That's like a really useful tool I didn't know existed. Oh, heck yeah, let's go. I gotta lock in now. I love this song so much. It's one of the best Xenoblade themes. Okay, yeah, that's definitely the way to do it. That looks way better than I could have got from that. Okay. Clean up that. Yeah, I gotta sort of get a little bit in there. There we go. So this is exactly the opposite of the other one. This is facing us. Don't like that. these hands... This hand looks very strange. Hold on. Why does this look so strange? The thumb's definitely too big for one thing. Hold on. So this is kind of that. I've got kind of the palm shape like that, I think. Palm shape's kind of that. I cannot deny that hands are kind of hard to draw. They're just weird looking things. Don't eat the hands, please. I need those. I know this isn't... I'm not keeping this. This doesn't look right. But I'm trying to work out why. What... I know what shape I want this to look like. I'm gonna just reference my actual hand in person. Okay. Good luck, thank you. Well, the problem is the nails are not actually the problem here. It's the shape of the fingers. The nails are not causing an issue. The nails are actually pretty easy to add on. They're just a triangle at the end of the hand. It's literally just the shape of the hand that is the problem. Rotate this to match where I can hold my actual hand. Okay. I always underestimate how big the thumb is. Like, it's much longer than I always expect. It's not right. It needs to kind of... Go out this way. Yeah. Best technique, what is ball joint method? I don't know that one. I'm just kind of trying to, like, I have my actual hand up in this pose, which is why I've rotated the camera the way I have, like, the canvas the way I have. And I'm just trying to, like, reference that to draw this. Like, that doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look good either. This hand is giving me trouble. This is meant to be an eraser, not a brush. This hand is giving me trouble. So you're saying, like, draw it like a ball joint. So you have a big thumb joint here. You have, like, the palm, and then you have 4 ball joints like that. Like, that's the idea, right? Okay, let me put that on a separate layer. Hi, Faye. Welcome in. We're struggling to draw hands.
사진 pronto.
Thank you, I will.
You better not be sitting like now.
Oh heck, I got it on Trump. Thank you for the pets. There's another hand for me? Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. It's just too thick, I think. 12? 12 what? What does 12 mean? 12 knuckles. You're in a weird mood, you're being silly? I see. Oh, you meant per finger. Yeah. I mean, I know this is like several per finger. There's 2 in each finger, and then the main knuckle. But that isn't actually super helpful to me. A 12-jointed finger? This sounds terrifying. What the heck? Why would you do this? Why would you suggest such a thing? How would that move? Scarily. That's why you're popular with women. Yeah, this doesn't look right. It needs to be more splayed, I think. I've been watching the show this song is from recently. It's one of my favorite shows, and it is horrifying. It's a horrifying show. But it's real good. That was a banger of an ending song, too. I cannot get this right. I know what I'm trying to get across, but it's just so difficult. I'm pretty sure the thumb is fine, honestly. I think the thumb is fine. But the fingers are just so difficult to get across what I'm trying to. Maybe the thumb isn't fine. Hold on. I think it's because what I'm trying to do involves, like, the fingers, like, curling towards the camera, which is really hard to do. almost right, but it just isn't quite. It's almost there. I think I can get this by just like... If I do some resizing here, I think I can get this. I think this is just a little bit too... I think it's just like a little bit too thick in places. That's the idea. It needs to not quite be so extreme. Almost got it, I think. I think we're almost there. Almost there. We've got an ad starting though, and I need a break, so I'm going to take a short break, and then when we get back, I'm going to continue this and hope I can actually get this hand down. I will see you in a minute. Oh, my computer's struggling. Hi, everybody! I think I worked it out. I think I worked out how to do the thumb. I think what I want to do is... What was it again? Oh, right, yes. Okay. I want to have the thumb kind of go... Is that going to work? Not quite. Needs to not be quite so extreme. I might need to redo the hands as well if I'm doing that. Yeah, maybe that isn't the play. Maybe it is just... Ah! I did not work out how to do the thumb. We're gonna have to redraw all of this anyway. I just want to get, like, the angle down. I think that might be it, honestly. Yeah, that's it. We got it. Okay, we need to redraw this. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna select all of this. And this is going on a new layer. And we're gonna redraw it all cleaner. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. We got it, finally. This is good enough. I am happy enough with that. Okay. Whew. On to the next bit. I guess we still got to draw the fishnet on the arms. On this arm, at least. That's fine, though. We can do that. That's about the right separation. Cool. Just erase a little bit of this. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. Kind of locked in at the moment. Kind of locked in. Drawing takes a lot of focus for me, but I'm glad I've been diving into it more. Because it's something I enjoy, and I've always wanted to, like, get better at doing. But I just never had the patience. I'm glad I've been able to. pets. Thank you for the pets. Glad you've been enjoying it. I have been enjoying it. It's been a lot of fun. Let's see. I did this wrong. Should be this one that's over the top. And then this over the top here, like that. There we go. Goes under there. And then over the top here. And goes underneath. Like that. So now we have some kind of actual lacing. It's actually like tied onto things. There we go. And there should also be one across here like that. It goes like this. Yeah, okay, so that goes like that across. You're not quite that far out, it just yeah. Cool. Go. Sharky! How you doing? I hope you're having a good day. We have to do some thigh squish here. We have to do a little bit of thigh squish. Because thigh squish is peak. And if I have the opportunity to draw a thigh squish, I'm going to draw a thigh squish. Yeah, every cute VTuber you draw has to have thigh squish. It's true. If you're wearing thigh highs, you have to have thigh squish. It is illegal not to. See this a little better though. There it is. Thigh squish. And we gotta do thigh squish on this side too. There we go. That's the shape, definitely. But I just gotta draw it better. Then I need to draw it bigger, so I'm gonna just scale this one up a little. I chose a pretty hard angle to draw, honestly. I chose a pretty difficult pose. Like, I'm not angry with myself or anything. I think it's good that I chose something hard, something tough, but like, it's a hard pose. I gotta clean this up. This is too messy. Okay. I'm gonna draw the other leg.
Nice.
Nice! Hi, Mannequin, welcome in. Okay. Okay, I think that works. We're gonna do the wings. I think the easiest way to do the wings is to do them like this. And actually just like draw them out and then erase out in. Maybe we draw them out in a separate layer actually. Maybe that's the sensible thing to do. these definitely have like a much steeper sweep to them. Yeah, this is the way to do this. There we go. And clean these up. Eh. This is weirdly hard to do. Getting this exactly right is really tough. So you have to get quite a high arch on this and also intersect like right at the bottom like that. Not quite. Come on, I'm just slightly missing. There we go. There we go. Clean these up. They have some like tears in them, so we'll draw those in. Okay. I just gotta do that again. Why else would it be easier to just copy paste? I think that's probably what we do. Yeah, I think this works. Now we need one more layer for the tail. Then we need to add the tears on the tights, and then I think we go to thigh highs at least, and then I think we're good. Feels pretty sharp, actually. It's not like incredibly pointed, but it's pretty sharp. I need a layer for this, actually. This is only going to be a guide. There we go. Because we've got to draw this as like... I'm not going to bother drawing the rest of it after this one. Because there is no point. Okay. I think we have pretty much all of our outlines. Although, I think I actually... Oh, this is awkward. I want to move this eye. But it's all on the same layer, because I'm ooped! So I want to move this eye this way slightly. So we're going to do that. We're going to just do that, and then we'll fix it up. Yeah, that's what I want. I also want to move this eyebrow, not quite as far, but almost as far. There we go. Okay, that wasn't as painful as I was worrying. Cool. I think we have our outlines. I think I want to increase the width on the hands, actually. Because they're a little bit narrow compared to everything else. Yeah, that's better. That's better. We'll do that on the other legs as well, because they've got the same problem. Cool. Okay, I think we are ready for base colors. Yay! Oh, not right. Oh, right, I need to do the tears and the tights. I'll do those in a second. Do this first, because this is going to take a while. This is an annoying one. I really should draw these on separate layers, but, you know. I need to get better at layer usage. Do 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 do. It's a complicated drawing. I'm happy with how it's turning out so far, though. back to the line art layer because we need to draw in the holes in the tights, of which there are many. How do I do this? I don't think there's like a good, like... I don't think there's a particularly good pattern for this. No. Nope, we just gotta do this by hand. These kind of holes are kind of hard to draw too. Good time zone! Hi Jenna, welcome in. Happy time zone. Thank you. Been doing some art fight. I'm kind of challenging myself a little with this one because it's got a complicated pose. But I had an idea for it, so I had to do it. I think that's too many, actually. You're watching Art Fight with interest? Happy to discover they accept all kinds of art? Yeah! You're talking with needle-felted dolls? Oh, that sounds awesome! What the heck? Wait, that sounds incredible! That's a little better. Do a little kind of that shape there, I think. Oh no. I wanted to enter last art fight last year, but I didn't quite get around to it. I did enter. Looking good, thank you. I did enter last year, but I didn't get around to drawing anything because I kind of had a bit of a panic attack at one point, and I just didn't have time after dealing with that. Constant zooming in and out of the thigh squish? I know, right? I think that works. It's good enough. I'm no expert at this kind of thing, so I don't really know how to draw it properly, but I think this will do the job. No expert draws incredible work. Well, I appreciate it. I'm actually really... It's not like I didn't know anything about how to draw before I started drawing on stream, but it wasn't really my forte, right? It wasn't something I did a lot. Oh, I know what I missed. I missed something. I missed something quite important, actually. I missed the back hair. I just completely missed the hair at the back. Where are the wings? There are the wings. We need it behind the wings. So we gotta draw the hair. I don't think we need much of this, honestly. Because the hair's gonna be mostly covered up by stuff, but I think having a little bit of it is important. There we go. But yeah, I've not really been learning to draw, like, in earnest for very long, and it's not like I really do, like, a lot of, it's not like I draw super regularly, either. It's not something I do as, like, often. I don't practice very much. But when I do, I put my all into it, and it shows. It helps. I put as much as I can into it, and then I get a lot out of it. It really is the case if you get out what you put in, right? Because while I may not do it super frequently, I put a lot into it every time, which means I get a lot out of it every time. I think it's very much a kind of discipline where, like, the more you put in, the more you get out. If you draw more often, you're gonna learn faster. Oh, I missed a whole bit here, too. Holy heck, I missed, like, a lot. She's got some, like, hair that drapes around the, It comes from, like, underneath and then drapes onto her shoulders. I think I'm also kind of, in a way, kind of lucky, and in a way less lucky that for a lot of my life, I've been surrounded by incredibly talented artists. Ash! Thank you for the pets! I've been surrounded by incredibly talented artists for a lot of my life. One of my best friends growing up, we're still friends. When you were a kid, you draw all the time, and somebody tells you your art was bad, and you give up. For me, it wasn't that somebody told me my art was bad. It was that I was surrounded by Hi, Ash. I was surrounded by incredibly talented artists. One of my best friends growing up is one of the most talented artists I've ever met. He was actually the artist who drew Erstwhile, my TTS bot. We're still friends. But the thing is, it kind of ended up, in a way, kind of making me think, like, I'm not talented, right? But there was something he told me, which kind of changed my perspective on things. And it was that he was talking about how he got to draw the way he does. And he basically said that he started when he was 4, and he drew every day of his life. And so, like, that kind of changed my perspective on it, because, like, of course he's gonna be good at something. Even though he was only, like, 13 at the time, he was still, like, a better artist than I am now. But the point is, he had, like, 9 years of constant practice. Of course he was gonna be good at it. But at the same time, there's an element of just, like, I can see a lot of problems with my art because I've constantly been surrounded by amazing artists. Which in a way is good, but it's also very demoralizing, right? Main thing is you enjoy it? Exactly. I enjoy it and I give it my all. And I think that's the main thing. And you know what? I've already improved a great deal. I'm a lot better at art than I was even just a few months ago. But the main thing is, you have fun doing it and you're not using generative AI. Oh, we're on an ad break. I wasn't even paying attention. Whoops. Even if all you can draw is a stick figure, you're still doing better than Gen AI. It's all relative. Yeah, exactly. Skills people take for granted, skills people are good at. It's all relative. And you know what? I have skills I can do that the people in my life or incredible artists can't, because they haven't practiced them. And that's okay. There it is. That's what I want. Okay, what are we looking at next? Let's do teeths. We can do little teefies. Do some teeths. Teeths. We'll do the rest of the hair too. I tend not to colour pick for stuff as well. That's just a personal preference. I like coming up with my own colours for stuff. I know a lot of artists who do colour pick, and you know what? That's okay. They're allowed. I tend to like... I like coming up with colour palettes. Colour palettes are fun to work with. Oh, heck yeah! Okay, we got some like... Sonic Adventure 2 really was peak. I know a lot of people say it's aged badly, and in a lot of ways it has. But it's so peak, and I love it. I love it exactly how it is. Oh, I missed the line. Go and add that back in. This is cute. Hi, Cass. How you doing? And thank you. We're drawing Noelle. Noelle's dragon character. Okay. How do we do this? That's the one. You full of pizza and walking in engaged battle mode? Heck yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing the battle mode finished. For those who don't know, Cass Makes Games is the developer of Hyper Bun Buster Rocket Hammer Action, and it's excellent. Go follow Cass. She is great. Alright, what do we got next? Oh, missed a bit there. Okay. I guess we'll do the kind of like, we passed Miku to Argentina? Oh, it's Argentina's time. Hey Noah, welcome in. How goes the drawing? It's going. I think it's going pretty well. I'm happy with it so far. This hand was a nightmare. But I think it's going pretty well so far. Argentina and Spain are having a custody battle. Oh yeah? The title's a mouthful? Oh, you don't know nothing. So, let me explain a little bit. I worked on a game a little bit ago I say a little bit ago. It was released in 2023. And it was a game I've been working on for about 10 years. And this was a little fan game. This was a fan game. The game looks cool as hell, thank you. But it was, the title of that game was, A Second X Thing, Episode 2, Digital Groove. So if you think Hyper Bunbuster, Rocket Hammer Action is a mouthful, you ain't got nothing. It's kind of blue, honestly. Oh yeah, those are on a different layer. We'll do those later. But this should be the same color, so we'll go with that. I'm quite pleased with how this art's going so far. This is my first ever art fight attack. I signed up to art fight last year, but I never really got around to actually doing anything with it, so I'm happy I can actually do this now. Game's about hopping around on a grid, and a few people assumed it was a puzzle game at first. It's catchy, it really rolls off the tongue, I know, right? Your plan to stop people from thinking it was a puzzle game was to call it a Hyper Bunbuster Rocket Hammer Action. I mean, it works. It's very clear what the game is about. It's about Rocket Hammer Action. Oh, that is better. So it's a baking game. Yeah, it's a baking game, clearly. I think that's the way to do it. It begs the question as to why you do this version. Yeah. Fun, I guess. I am drawing who I am drawing right now because I wanted to draw it. That's all there is to it. There's nothing deeper than that. This is just what I wanted to draw. I looked at my friends on Artfight and said, that, I want to draw that. Most correct way to draw? Heck yeah. I'll get this right eventually. That's it. Not quite. Yeah, exactly. Just choose what you want to draw. Draw what you want to draw. Draw what feels, what speaks to you. And a hot dragon girl with large tits walking towards me menacingly is what I wanted to draw. There it is. For very valid reasons, exactly. And if I can make someone else happy in the process by giving them some gift art, you know what? That's just great. I love Noelle, she's great. Alright, we gotta do the fingernails. What color are they actually? Oh, they're like the bright blue. Okay, they're just a little bit darker than this. There we go. I'll fill this in as well because there's a bit of the finger missing. Yes. Okay. Getting there. Oh wait, I've already got a metal colour. We'll reuse that one. Lessons from working with sprite art. Reuse colours whenever you can. Okay. I do want to tweak the outline on the face, actually. I think it's not quite right. This is too thick. Oh, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. Tweak some control points here. This is my newest addition to the playlist. I love this song so much. this out. We just line width. That's better. Yeah. This is why I work in vector layers. It just means I can do little tweaks like this without having to redraw everything. Makes certain things a lot easier. Song rules. Okay, let's do the rear hair, which is here. Did CSP just crash? Oh geez. It just minimized. That was wild. It didn't crash, it just got small for a little bit. It just wanted to be tiny. And you know what? I can respect that. It's gonna keep me on my toes. Yeah, exactly. The show this ending sequence is from, this music's from, by the way, is an absolute sleeper banger. It's a really good show, and almost no one's seen it. But I guarantee you've seen a GIF from it. It's a show called Space Brothers. And it's really good. It's basically it's almost like a slice of life type thing. You didn't see it, remember when I'm going wild about it? Yeah, people did love it, but like almost no one's seen it. It's weird. But there's like GIFs of it everywhere. Like if you've ever seen the like pug getting flashbanged GIF, that's from Space Brothers. It's from one of the openings. It's a really good show though. It's basically like I think it was set in. It's supposed to be set in 2025, but it was written in 2011. And it's basically about a guy who gets fired from his job, and so decides to pursue his lifelong dream of becoming an astronaut. And it's really good. Use that horn green for the wings. Where are the wings? These two should be merged. Manga only just finished last month. I'm not surprised, honestly. The anime only goes up to... The anime's 100 episodes, or 99 episodes. And it never got a continuation, which is a huge shame. Because it stops in the middle of a really good bit. And it just kind of doesn't go any further. I need to read the manga. I haven't yet, but I really want to. Because it's really gripping. Like, it's very slow. It's a slow burn kind of story. But it's really good, and it has some excellent characters in it. It also helps that it's one of the few anime that has a protagonist in their 30s. For once, they're not a teenager. CSP, what are you doing? Why are you like this? I got a lot of really banger anime in this playlist. Some of them mainstream, some of them less so. I always tell people they need to watch this one. This one's Symphogear. My pitch for Symphogear, if you are unsure whether you want to watch it, is it is the only show where you can watch a teenage lesbian suplex a space shuttle. That's my pitch. If that grips you, have fun. That is literal, by the way. The main protagonist, pretty much all the main characters are lesbians, like canonically. There is a scene in one season where she does suplex a space shuttle. It's not a perfect show. It does have its problems, but it is very fun. I'm a big Symphogear enjoyer. Oops. Okay. Oh wait, she has black sclera. Whoops. Whoops. Let's try that again. I forgot Nono had black sclera. At least this version of it does. I'm just like, yeah, eyes are white, right? Meh. Okay, that works. Okay, what's our high color? It's like this bright blue, okay. That is too big. That's a little better. I think. Still a little too big. I think that's better. Still too big, huh? I think I just gotta draw the thing in one. I'll get it. I'll get it. That's it. Yeah, that's it, definitely. Nailed it. Okay. Now... Don't worry, we'll bring some of the color back, don't worry. I had the black, the like slip pupil in a bit. I want to do this first. Okay, this is good.
Hello.
Hi, Rixie. How you doing?
Hachin pronto.
Well, that answers that.
이대로 나 미션 띵난다.
Thank you. I dink my order. I unshrimp, and thank you for the melon. What I want to do with this actually is I want to. I'm not on a vector layer. I can't do that. I think I need to kind of do it in two halves like this then. It's too tall, but that's the idea. The idea is that I want it to like tail off at both ends. So I need to do like a flick that way and a flick that way. Yeah, that works really well. Just quickly. Yeah, that helps. Okay, and then we need another add glow. No, we don't. We want another multiply first. Because we need that really dark colour. And we want to... See, you're doing fair, very fair. That sure do be a mood. Hi Zuma, welcome in. I'm liking how these eyes are looking so far. I've got kind of a method down for eyes now. I've got kind of a style for them. Work's done. Time to medicate the cat. Heck yeah. Get that cat medicated. I think that the trick for eyes, really, is that they need really high contrast to look really, really striking. Give them really high contrast and they look really striking. Ooh. CSB is struggling. I think it might be struggling because I am also saving a, I'm saving a time lapse. And, I've been gone for quite a while. Mosin! Samage! It will look better without the eye there. Yeah, I think that does look better. If it was covering the whole eye, then having the eye show through the hair would make sense, but I think it doesn't need that. You sent me a DM? Okay. Don't worry about it now? Okay. I won't then. I may glance at it next time I'm on a break, but, if I do not need to worry about it now, I will not. I will worry about it later. Have anxiety about the DM? Well, now I want to look at it. Well, Discord is dying, so... I gotta wait for Discord to undie. Is that a word? Undie? Malon. Ah, I see. If you would like my FF14 name, as the DM suggests, I am happy to give that. I am happy to give it publicly, honestly. I have streamed FF14 on here before. Revive, that would be the word. That would be the word. My FF14 name is Yotsusu Miku. We kind of want to do the same on this side, don't we? Because it seems weird otherwise. Yeah, it does work. Melon! Thank you for the melon again. You're gonna have to type that one out? I will type it out. I will type it out for you whenever. Just give me 1 second. There we go. Let me type it out in chat for you. This is my FF14 name. Do with it what you will. I believe that's all the flats done. Yeah. Although she does have a scar. Double melon for fighting arts. She does have a scar on her nose, so we will add that. Reminder to stand up and stretch your back and hands. I should do that. We're going to do the same trick we used for the eyes here, actually. There we go. Ah, she's looking great. I'm happy with this so far. Now I gotta decide. You'd redeem an unshrimp, but it's on cooldown? Yeah, because it was done not too long ago. I gotta decide how I want to light this. I kind of want to light it from below. But I think I won't. Because I think what I might do is I'm gonna add, like... Hold on. Let me... I'm gonna do, like, I'm gonna do a flame in her hand. Right? So a blue flame in her hand. So I think I might light it from here. Like from the hand. So the light's coming from this direction. That could be cool. That's a really challenging angle to do, but we're gonna try it. You would redeem an unshrimp every 2 minutes if you had the means? I bet you would. I'm not surprised. Let's start with the skin, honestly. That's not a multiply, that needs to be a color burn. This is going to be quite a challenging one, I think. This is going to be quite tricky. Oof. Should have thought about this before I did the tights, huh? You know, I'm not... No, I do have to do this separately because I have to do it color burn, don't I? Heck. I'm going to try and do some quite dramatic lighting because I think she deserves this. I think this character and pose needs that quite dramatic light. Oh heck, I'm doing this all in the wrong layer. Wrong layer! Should be on this layer. Yay, pets! Layer crimes, it's true. Why, hang on, why is that selected? Wait, why is this? Who's this Grim chat I'm working on? I am drawing one of Noelle's characters. It's Noelle now. She is lovely and great, and I like her a lot. I think she is great. She is a good friend and very cool. And her characters are hot, so do with that information what you will. Forgot 14's friend system is convoluted and plan on playing later tonight. Shoot me a DM, we can figure it out from there. Fair. I'm unlikely to be playing tonight, but I can still shoot you a DM and we can still figure stuff out. Yeah, it's really warm here. There we go. Okay. (35°C is a lot, actually. That's a lot of temperature. That's very temperature. At least it's not humid. Yeah, that's good. Humidity sucks. You know, I think this lighting's working. I think this lighting's working for what I want it to do. Gonna have to recharge for the night. Leave a like. Have a great rest of stream. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have good rest. I hope you rest well. That's better. That's so much easier to control. I do need to give her her like, her, blue lipstick. I need to remember to do that. Oh, this is working really well. I'm really happy with this lighting. Holy heck, that was freezing for a minute there. I'm liking this lighting a lot. I think this is really good. Oh, what just happened? Why did everything just minimize? What the heck just happened? Everything just minimized. That was weird. I was really worried OBS had crashed. Windows and M? I might have hit Windows and M by accident. Sounds like the sort of thing I do. Samurai, Reaper, Viper, or Rogue? Probably Reaper. I think Reaper's fun. Alright, I got a break happening in 20 seconds, so I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna get myself a drink. And when we get back, we'll continue with this. I'm liking how this is looking so far, so I will be back with you shortly. Viper isn't a job, it's a snake, it's true. Oof, my computer's struggling. everybody, I'm back. I see my melon has disappeared. I took too long. So have a free melon. There we go. Free melon. Welcome back, everybody. Alright. Thank you. What are we doing next? I guess the horns we can do. We can do the horns. Okay, well if the light's coming from here, it'll probably be the bottom of the horn that's lit actually.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
Whoa, that's a double raid! Hi everybody. Hi Lapa and Barugi. Welcome in. How you doing?
Let's put on a lovely show for
You're
the
playing
audience.
Barony! Heck yeah! Hi, it's me. I'm the gay fairy. Hello. How you doing? You're playing Barony. I love Barony. It's so much fun. How was your stream? How are you doing? I hope you had a good time. For those who don't know me, I'm Prolo. I'm a Moon Fairy VTuber. I've not committed any crimes recently. Except for Leia crimes. I've committed crimes against Leias. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. You're an accomplice to my crimes now. Congratulations. But yes, hello! Tell me how your stream went. How did Barony go? Did you win? Did you win the Barony? Yeah, if you gotta do any post-stream self-care, get yourselves a nap, get yourselves a snack, whatever you gotta do, please do so. You're more than welcome to hang out, as always. When we pulled up to Faye, we told her to get in the car. We're gonna go commit crimes. Yeah, but you didn't get in the car, so we didn't. Barony was awesome. We didn't even pass in the forest twice. Oof. I'm still shocked the second time I ever played that. My second ever run of Barony was a winning run. And I'm still shocked that that happened. Actually, we just make this whole thing dark here. I don't know how it happened, it just kind of did. Still, I hope you had fun. Thank you so much for sending folks over. I appreciate it a lot. We're just doing some art fight today. I'm a little locked in. I apologize. I've been a bit stilted with the introduction because I'm very locked in right now. That's good, I think. Yeah, Parody is a really tough game. I don't blame you for, like, getting only to the forest and not much further. It's really tough. It's very unforgiving. But I'm glad you had fun. I haven't got to try many of the classes out yet. I got really far. I've done really well with Wizard. Wizard's really fun. I like spellcasting, and it lets you cast Fireball from, like, level 1, which, you know, I don't see anything wrong with that. Okay, this is going well. Alright, Megumin, yeah! Megumin's peak! I love exploding things! What do you want me to say? You want to say I don't love exploding things? Because that would be a lie. You want me to lie? You want me to lie on Twitch.tv? You kidding me? You want me to lie? I've never told a lie in my life. Let's do the top. Just generally. Up to the booba. Up to the booba. That should be darkened out. I like the look of that. I think that looks good. This is definitely not going to be quite this intense of shadow, but... Okay. Sorry if I'm a bit quiet. I'm kind of focusing a lot because this lighting is really tricky. It's like a really complicated lighting angle, and I'm trying to do the best I can with it. There we go. Okay. That is kind of working. I think that's working for me. I'm liking this a lot. Let's do it separately from the ribbon. I think that's the way of... Okay. Okay. Oof, it is starting to chug at the saving. And I think that is probably because I have a time lapse on. I should probably make it a file size based one so it doesn't take so long to save. That does look good. I do like that. Cool. That looks good. I like that a lot. Now for the skirt. I just hit Control S every so often, and it's every few seconds. It's a habit I learned from working with Flash, because Flash had a tendency to just kinda crash out of nowhere. And so you got used to just hitting save all the time. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. I like this. I like this a lot, actually. I like where this is going a lot. Just adding a bit of shading adds so much detail to how something looks. It's kinda nonsense. Sorry for the random weird question. Was the science on BSTC and neurotransmitters true? I don't know what that means, honestly. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that's referring to. I mean, I might do, I just might not know the terms. Trying to figure some things out with yourself, but trying to be cautious. Very fair. What kind of thing are you thinking? How the brain has parts that are primarily determined by gender identity and not hormones or birth sex? I mean, here's the thing. The research they've done on what is effectively quote unquote gendered brain differences is basically irrelevant. What they have generally found is that there kind of isn't really a difference between people's brains based on gender. People just have brains, right? There kind of just isn't really a difference there. And so it's kind of like... yeah, there's nothing really that can be reasonably measured. And to be perfectly honest, that's a good thing. Because if there was something that could be measured, there would be a way of testing people for transness and things like that. And I think that's a bad thing. I think that can only be used in a bad way. I mean, the thing is that you're working a job that leaves no room for experimentation. Ah, yeah. I'm sorry, that's rough. That's a really rough situation. I'm sorry about that. What I will say is that HRT is still extremely effective, even if you are older, right? So, one thing I will say is don't worry about... I know this is kind of not really the point, but don't worry about missing your shot, right? Yeah, 24 is young enough by a long shot. Because a lot of people worry that as they get older, HRT is just not going to do anything for them, and it's going to be a... what am I doing? Why am I doing these all at the same time? These should be different. That's not your fear? Yeah, I figured it wasn't, but I thought it would be worth mentioning. Because I know a lot of people have that worry that as they get older, it'll be less effective on them, right? But like, obviously the best time for HRT is pre-puberty. Because there are things that happen to the body during puberty that HRT can't reverse. So obviously that is the best time. However, as people say, the second best time is now. Yeah, that is a rough situation. I am very sorry. I wish I had an answer for you. Honestly. You're curious? I mean, that's fair. One thing what I will say is if you are curious about your gender and your expression, what helped me with things is I had communities where I could try that out, right?
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
Raid! I will get back to you in a moment. Well, let me greet the raiders quickly. Catbugs have arrived. Hello, Esviedra? Esviedra, yes. Hello, welcome in! Thank you for the raid. I see a Nowlin in there. Hello! Hello, Catbugs. Thank you for the raid. If you don't know me, I am Prolo. I am a Moon Fairy VTuber. You copied the wrong one? It's fine, don't worry about it. I am a Moon Fairy VTuber. I have not committed any crimes recently. And we're doing art fight today. We're drawing for art fight. Hello, everybody. If you gotta do some post-stream self-care, you gotta do some post-stream self-care, look after yourself, get yourself a snack, get yourself a nap, get yourself something to eat. Yay, pets, thank you. Then, please do so, but you're more than welcome to hang out. Did you know Prolo is a wish-granting fairy? This is misinformation. This is misinformation, it's not true. It's misinformation! Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for sending folks over. We were just talking a little bit about gender stuff. That shouldn't be there. Hold on.
You deserve a glass of water.
Thank you. I will take a drink. Alright. So we were just talking a little bit about gender stuff while I was doing some shading. You look like a joke if you experimented. I mean, I don't think that's true. But I also think one of the best ways to really find out about yourself is find a space where you can experiment. What helped me with kind of figuring myself out is experimenting in online spaces. Like, MMORPGs are a great place to do it, where you can present yourself in a different way and see how it feels. And if you like it, you learn something about yourself. It's a way to do it. And it's very legitimate. It does work. It does help a lot. You've done some roleplay, but it feels weird. I mean, I don't mean like roleplaying in one thing. I mean literally just go into a space, go join a new MMORPG that you haven't been in before, and just kind of play around, see how it feels. LARPing is fun. That is true. I want to do something interesting with these. I think I can do, but you never played one? I mean, no reason you can't start. Raiden, remember you sit here and lurk? No worries! Thanks for sending people over again. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a good luck. No WoW, no League of Legends, no Dota. I mean, League of Legends and Dota aren't exactly like MMORPGs, right? But, you could always try one. You could always try the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. I'm baiting you? It's true, I'm baiting you. You play Touhou? Oh, hells yeah, I love Touhou. Touhou's great. Ever 14 is a rabbit hole you'll never get out of. Also true, but it is very good. Toho 20 was meant to be a satire of Gen AI. Unfortunately, it also just used Gen AI to do that, and I feel like that is kind of missing the point a lot. And that's really unfortunate. Yeah, Zune used Gen AI to try and satirize Gen AI, but like, that's kind of missing the point, right? Yeah. Just make the six-fingered girls yourself, exactly. It's the same as saying you'll fight gun violence with more guns. It's true. That is kind of what it's like, honestly. Also, how you doing, Alan? I hope you're having a good day. This is my first ever art fight attack, by the way. I've not done art fight before. You just finished 2 art fights? Oh, hells yeah. I bet you're tired, though. Like, yeah, that would make anyone tired. 18 out of 42? There is no way I'm getting up to 42 art. I would love to see them. I would absolutely love to. You always know I'm down to see some Nowlin art. Feel free to send them to me on Discord. You'll fight me? I'll fight you. Eventually, I see. Sent? Alright, let me check these out. Let me see. Holy heck, these are amazing! Do you mind if I show these on stream? Cool, I will do so. I gotta save them first. My computer's been chugging a little bit today, so let me just it's struggling. It's struggling. Give me a minute. Hope Zen doesn't use like Gen AI for the other one. I hope so too. I hope he's learned from trying to do it in Toho 20. Alright, let me see. Where are these? Where did I save these? Hold on. Hold on, where did I save these? There's one of them. Look at this! This is so pretty! Nowlin does incredible work. Nowlin's art is amazing. Ah, here's the other one. Now I do believe Nowlin does take comms, but I think he is I think his comms are disabled at the moment. I think he's Is that right, Nowlin? I don't want to like say that and then not be right. Your comms are full. Yeah, that's what I thought. I wanted to check. I didn't want to just be like, no, don't bother, and then actually have comms available. But yeah, Nolan's art is amazing. Tentacles, yeah, tentacles. Alright, let's get back to this art that we're doing. Alright. Did I just go Scottish for a second there? I think I just went Scottish for a second there. This one took you about 2 hours? I'm not surprised, but yeah. That one took you 1.5. So far, this one has taken me almost 5 hours. I'm not quick at arting, but I enjoy the process, and I think that's the important thing. I'm not fast. You found a lot of shortcuts? Yeah, like, I'm definitely speeding up. I'm definitely doing things faster than I used to. But, this one's taken a long time, partly because I'm trying to challenge myself a little bit with the, what I'm doing with it. Because, I've got some complicated stuff in this one that I'm not familiar with, so I'm giving it a go. Like, I've got quite a dynamic pose, I think. And, also some interesting lighting, because I'm not very... I usually just light stuff from, like, a top corner and just call it a day. But I'm trying to do something a bit more dynamic with this one. Super Mario Galaxy movie was a mistake. Why did they make... what I want to know is why they made, why did they make Rosalina not 7 feet tall? She's supposed to be 7 feet tall. Why is she not 7 feet tall? So I realized I'm missing a bit here. Waluigi's 7'2" and Rosalina's 7 foot flat. Do you know why Rosalina's 7 feet tall? Because it's really funny, actually. The story of why Rosalina is that tall. It's not about low gravity. It's nothing to do with the lore of the game. It's actually a development reason. And it's very funny. She was originally planned to be the same size as Peach and Daisy. But Super Mario Galaxy was developed in conjunction with Mario Kart Wii. And the Mario Kart team basically said, look, we don't have enough heavy races. You're gonna head off to bed. Good night, Nolan. Have a good sleep. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for coming by with a raid. It's always nice to see you. But yeah, it is quite literally. They needed a heavy racer. And they were like, can we just make her tall? Pauline would have been fine. I mean, you're right. But I think it's very funny that they decided they needed to make the new Mario girl 7 feet tall so that she could be a heavy racer in Mario Kart. I think that's very amusing. I mean, that's also true, Musin. That's also very correct. A very correct take. Relatedly, despite my size, that's why I'm also a heavyweight racer. We just make the whole back of the head dark. Yeah, that's right. That's the right call. Alright, we gotta do the rear hair now. That's wings. We'll do those in a minute. Rear hair. I don't need to select anything because this is just rear hair, so I can just turn that off. To fix that. If you were a Mario character, I wouldn't be Rosalina or Waluigi tier, but Wario and Funky Kong tier. Oh, okay. I see. Taller than Wario, but not as chubby, but you get the point. That's fair. The weight stats inconsistent across entries? Of course it is. We just darken all of this hair. Yeah, it works. I'm really liking how the hair's coming out, honestly. I think it looks really good. I'm happy with this. I think it works. Waluigi's theme tier is Wario and Mario Kart World, a bit less heavy in 8 Deluxe and way less heavy in Wii. I see. I don't really know much about Mario Kart, to be honest. I played a lot in Mario Kart 8. But not many of the other ones, honestly. I played a bit of Wii and Double Dash. Mario Kart Wii's coming to PC. I'm not surprised. There's been a lot of work on decomps and stuff in recent years. Mario Kart Wii Compiled. That's such a good name for it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really happy that we're getting a lot more decompilation projects, honestly. They're a great way to do game preservation. And game preservation is sorely needed right now. I'm actually going to be using one of the recomp projects in the near future. On Monday is my 2-year streamer anniversary. And I will be playing Ocarina of Time using Ship of Hakinian. Specifically, I will be playing a randomizer. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of the Ocarina of Time remake so far. I'm gonna wait until we have more information. If it is just a graphical overhaul again, I will be a little disappointed. But I will also be disappointed if they've done a reimagining that's like, it's Breath of the Wild now. But I love Ocarina of Time. It's a game I've played a lot, honestly. And I'm very familiar with it, but I will say it does make an incredibly good randomizer. Is the 3DS version better or worse? It's hard to say, honestly. I think, on the whole, it's probably a better version. But it does have some problems. I think for Ocarina of Time, the 3DS version is probably the better version. However, that is the same is not true of Majora's Mask. So the way the 3DS version of Ocarina of Time works is the 3DS version is basically the same game. It's basically Ocarina of Time again. It is fundamentally the same game, with higher quality models and some quality of life stuff. It is, however, also they also did redo like all of the animations, and the animations are kind of bad. They're kind of a little jank in the newer one. Because they weren't made by the same animators. They were redone by a lot of different people. And so they're a little bit weird in places. But ultimately I think it is probably the better version of the game. It fixes some of the issues in the original game. The main thing it does is that the boots that you get are now equipable items in the 3DS version. Which means that the water temple doesn't suck anymore. Because you can just keep swapping out your boots. Yeah, weirdly, the Water Temple is actually one of my favorite dungeons in Zelda. It's a really, really good dungeon, but it has two major problems. The first of which is the iron boot swapping, and the second of which is constantly having to change out, to have to play the Zelda's Lullaby over and over and over in order to raise and lower the water level, and have to sit through it every time. I believe the 3DS remake also reduces the amount of time that songs replay when you play them. So even that bit's reduced as well. So there's just a lot of quality of life stuff. You also have things like gyro aiming, which is actually really nice. And it's just generally kind of the better version of the game, really. However, I do think that the best way to play Ocarina of Time, especially in the near future, is going to be through Ship of Hakinian. Because there is a mod pack in process, in the works, which will basically update the models to use the 3DS version models. Like, not just character models, but environment models too, which is like the big thing. Like, character models you can already do. But I think there's a lot to like about Ocarina of Time. There's a lot to not to like about it as well. I think Nintendo is probably fine with the recomps, honestly. I don't think Nintendo really cares that much. Nintendo is very weird about how they handle, like, fan projects like this. Generally, what causes Nintendo to go frothing at the mouth... What generally causes Nintendo to go frothing at the mouth is when a fan project charges money for something that they could be charging money for, basically. That's what really gets Nintendo going. Patreon for server costs? Absolutely. That will get them going at you. That will absolutely get them going at you. Like with Andrew Spinks. Andrew Spinks is actually a really interesting case. And I have a lot of insider knowledge about this. So Andrew Spinks, for those who don't know, is the creator of Terraria. And before he made Terraria, he developed a Mario fan game engine called SMBX, Super Mario Bros. X. And ostensibly this was... thank you for the 30 stream streak, Abby. What the heck? So many. Super Mario Bros. X, or SMBX as I'll call it. SMBX was a Mario fan game engine, and it was used in a lot of interesting projects. And at one point, Andrew Spinks cancelled the project and took it down, ostensibly because he got a takedown request from Nintendo. Now, SMBX is a very interesting case, and I have some insider knowledge on this. I think my understanding is of what happened is actually that it wasn't the actual engine that was. Gee, I wonder how. I mean, I will explain how in a minute. My understanding is actually that it wasn't the engine so much as the website that was DMCA'd. But it basically soured the whole project for Andrew Spinks. And so he just kind of gave up on it at the time. I think I just want this all to be in shadow, actually. And the project then passed to the community, who just kept it going. The community just kept the project going, and it's still going today. SMBX still exists. There's been massive continuation projects for it. Took 4 years to restart, that's true. But it's still going. And there was another takedown request from Nintendo. Back in like the 2020s. But it was for the website, because the website used the domain name supermariobros.org. And so that was taken down and replaced with one that wasn't supermariobros.org, and it's been fine ever since. The reality is Nintendo doesn't really care that much. As long as you're not making money from it. It'd really help us. If SMBX had more publicity, SMBX had more publicity, it would likely be a bigger problem. Nintendo is very happy to ignore stuff as long as they can, basically. Unless you are making money from it. If it dented into the sales on the Switch 2, absolutely, they probably would pick it up there. Oh, we have ads starting in a second. Never mind. If it's just 5 to 10 times more popular, it'd probably be fine if it was just a little bit more popular, honestly. I don't think it would be a big problem, but part of it is that the fan projects survive in obscurity to a point. That's kind of a thing. Like, the reality is, Nintendo has the right to ask for takedowns for any of their intellectual property. I don't like the way intellectual property works, but the reality is that is how it works now. In our current society, that is how that works. I think copyright is a problem in how it's implemented for a few reasons, but a solution for it does need to exist. A solution for protecting people's intellectual property does need to exist. The problem is that copyright is kind of geared towards protecting corporate interests rather than individual property. Okay, I think this is working. I need to actually draw the flame in there. So the flame would be here. Oh, don't get me wrong. I am not a supporter of capitalism. Generally speaking. You know, yeah, I figured you would. Is there a good way to draw fire? Is there like a brush that would help me draw fire? Or would I have to... Do I have to like draw the flame? Because I'm not super good at drawing fire. What if we make this really big? And we just kind of do... So I want it to be like holding a ball of fire. You know how things are going to look in a few weeks? I don't know. I mean... This isn't working. I mean, yeah, I've been running that Discord server for a long while, and I am moving on from it. It has been kind of like it has been like on the order of decades. It has been like on the order of like a decade for sure. That's kind of the basic idea, and then we... Yeah, I became a member in August 2016. That sounds about right, because, like, There's definitely been instances of like, things were running in like other things like Skype and things before that. I need to make this bigger and kind of do. It's a big Skype group. Yeah, I remember there being big Skype groups and things. I'm just kind of winging this, honestly. I don't really know how to draw fire in a way that's effective, but I think this is kind of working. Need some contrast to it. Need some like really dark sections to it that really give it some... Oh yeah, that's definitely improving it. Just giving it a bit of pop. I don't know what Azula fire is. Oh, you mean like Azula as in Avatar? I mean, I guess that would work, yeah. I'm not really using any reference right now. I'm literally just kind of winging it. Kind of needs a more centralized wisp to it, and it also needs more saturation is what it needs. We'll bring it down and then bring it back out again. Wish Karasami actually had time to develop. Me too.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
Cookie! How are you doing, Cookie? How was your stream? You're playing Slime Rancher. Let's go. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Anyone coming in with the raid doesn't know me. I am a Prolo. I am a Moon Fairy VTuber. I have not committed any crimes recently. And today we're doing stuff for Art Fight. how was your stream? I hope you had fun. Do let me know how Slime Rancher was. You know that dragon? You do know that dragon. No crimes ever? No, I've never committed a crime. What are you talking about? Anyone coming in with the raid has to do some post-stream self-care. Get themselves a nap, a snack, anything to drink, whatever you got to do, then please do so. But you are more than welcome to hang out. PC had some crying? No! Well, I hope it's okay. It's tonal correction, that's the one. But you have pizza? Let's go! Yeah, honestly, OBS has been doing a lot for me recently. You must fly and eat it. Please do so. Thank you for sending people over cooking. Get yourself a lovely pizza. Have some good pizza. Have good snacks. I hope you have very good snacks. This Twitch stream is not sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Thank you so much for sending folks over, Cookie. I appreciate it a lot. Alright, how are we doing? The fire's good. I think we need some highlights on stuff now. Oh wait, no, I still gotta shade the, I still have to shade metal. I haven't shaded any of the metal, or the teeth, actually. I need to shade the teeth. No, you are getting a slightly early preview of the art fight thing I'm doing for you. Shh, don't tell anyone. Yeah, DeviantArt really went downhill. Yeah, we do not like AI here. AI is AI evil. Any art you can draw yourself is infinitely better than AI. God, see how the RAM prices are not good. Okay, I need to do some highlighting on these too, but we'll do the teeths first. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with the RAM prices. I really hope they do come down eventually. There's a couple of ways it could come down, honestly. There's a couple of ways it could. One of which is simply if somebody actually recognizes that there's now a gap in the market. There we go. Okay, we're gonna do some highlights now. Do highlights on the metal. I wouldn't bet on it either, but have been people who have been trying to like find ways to build their own RAM. So I think we'll see something. Basically a RAM supply outside of the monopoly that currently exists. I think we will see something like that, even if it's not as effective as the stuff that we got used to. I'm gonna do some color grading on this eventually, I think, because the color is not where I want it to be. The reason RAM prices have gone up isn't actually because demand has increased or anything. It's simply because they're not producing RAM for consumers anymore. They've all switched to producing RAM just for AI. And so consumer supplies are dwindling, basically. That's what's happening. Alright, we gotta do some... Did I just do all of that on the... I did just do that on the normal layer, didn't I? I need to undo all of that. Here we go. That needs to be on this add glow layer. Annoying. Okay. Alright, now, horns need some glow, some lighting, and so do the wings. We need just a few small highlights, I think, is what we need. We also need some on the hair, too. And the hair is always the one that worries me, because I always struggle with it. I'm gonna pick a brush for this. I don't know who Echo Saber is, so I can't say. It's just, I mean, there's nothing wrong with art that is, you know, a little spicy. There's nothing wrong with that. That's working good. I'm gonna try and do the hair now, because I want to get that out of the way. Let's try and do the hair. Alright, hair highlights. I think what we gotta do here is... we need like a big highlight right here. Because it is right in front of the light source.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
Thanks for follow, hopefully human. You are an accomplice to my crimes now, congratulations. Is she a succubus? No, she is a dragon. She's a dragon girl. Yeah, no, the design Noel could have for this character is... This design is so good. I love it so much. Oh, I need to shade the eyelashes actually. Not eyelashes. The eyebrows. That's the word. Honestly, I don't think it needs really more than that. Colorize your Bowsette? I can totally see it, actually, now you mention it. I totally see it. Which is great, because Bowsette's hot as hell. Let's do a quick bit of shading on these two. Pathfinder ended, time to fight, let's go. Fight time. Okay, this is definitely going somewhere. I'm definitely getting places with this. This is taking a long time. This is a really complicated one. I wasn't expecting this to be quite as complicated as I have made it. I won't lie. That's what I went. Come on. I'll get it eventually. Almost. Almost. The face kind of reminds you of Freeman? That's interesting. No, this is an original character, as far as I'm aware. This is Noelle's character. Oh, the reference you mean? Even so, it's still not a Freeman character. I can see it though a little bit. Yeah, that's a lot. Just that little bit of shine on there. I need to do some on the shoes as well. We gotta do the rear hair, which is here. Think about a twist on vampires in fiction rather than just making them mindless bloodsuckers live for 600 years. I mean, vampires originally were like to some degree a commentary on Victorian hedonism. And, you know, class structure. There's always been a bit more to them. It's just they're often not treated that way in popular culture. Okay, I got these shoes. Okay. So, I know it's only been half an hour since I took a break, but my hand is starting to hurt, so I'm going to take a short break, stretch my fingers, get myself a drink, and when we get back, I'll start on the outline stuff. What if they were mostly just carnivorous humans? Or what if their weakness to the sun was mostly that UV rays accelerated their metabolism? Oh, interesting. Vampire homes have northern windows in the northern hemisphere. That's kind of fun. I kind of like that. Alright, I will be back in a minute, everybody. I know it's not, you know, break time yet, but I need one, so I'm going to take one. When we get back, I will start on outline coloring. And then we can see about how we finish this, because I have a couple of ideas. Alright, I will see you all shortly. Hi everybody, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just really needed a short break. Alright, where are my outlines? There they are. Honestly, this looks kind of peak without the outlines. It looks kind of good without them. I'm gonna keep them on, but I might make the outline coloring a little bit more subtle than I normally do. Because I actually really like how this looks without the outlines. Thank you for the melon.
春天on the job, are we?
Not anymore!
Make sure to drink your order.
I will drink my order, thank you. I have to make this slightly darker. We're going to keep it fairly subtle, I think, with the outlining. Yeah, there we go, like this. Because honestly, the shading, because I put a lot of work into the shading, I think it's actually doing a lot. I want it to be a little bit darker than that, but... Don't be me and skip them because you're too, and like to skip them because you're too busy. Yeah, I try and make sure I take reasonable breaks. If I don't take enough breaks, my body will force me to. And that ends up being a problem. It is still Disability Pride Month, so I'm going to talk a little bit about my disabilities. Again, I talk about these quite a lot, but I think it's worth bringing up every now and then. Especially during this month. So I have a handful of little disabilities. The one that really hits me most is something called chronic fatigue syndrome. And effectively what this means is that my energy levels do not work right. My energy levels don't function properly, and when if I overwork myself, which is very easy to do because the amount I can handle is usually a lot lower than it should be, then bad things happen, and I mean very bad things. This can be anything from collapsing to hallucinating, both of which have happened to me before. Often it just means that I end up sort of almost a little bit drunk, weirdly. I just kind of end up like a little not really fully in control of my body, and I end up mostly just passing out, really. Sometimes have low blood sugar. I do sometimes, but weirdly, yeah, that's not usually the issue with chronic fatigue syndrome. It definitely doesn't help. I will say that. Low blood sugar definitely does not help, but it isn't the problem. So no one is really sure what causes chronic fatigue. And it can be a variety of causes, but no one is entirely sure why it is a thing. There have been numerous theories, and most of them have ended up being tested and proven wrong. But it fundamentally means that I have to be very, very careful, because if I do too much, my body stops me. The reason I actually ended up... the big reason I ended up leaving... because I used to work in AAA game dev. I used to be a AAA game developer. A big reason why I left was that I couldn't handle the basic work hours. And I was hallucinating pretty much daily. That's a problem. Hold on. Where's the... U? There we go. Is it more recent? It's definitely got worse over the past few years, but it's been around for most of my life, I think. But it definitely has got worse, probably starting around age 20-some. Age 20-some is when it started getting worse. And I'm in my 30s now, and it definitely has got worse since then. But it definitely really started being a problem in my 20s. Oh, I've never had COVID. I've never had COVID. So, no, is the answer to that. Nope, I have avoided COVID completely. Somehow. Mainly from being inside all the time. I mean, at the very least, I've had no... if I have had COVID, I had no symptoms of it. I don't believe I've ever had COVID. But yeah, chronic fatigue is a really difficult condition to live with. I've heard it said that it basically feels like functioning on 20% at all times. Oh, no. It's nothing to do with my hormone balances. It is nothing to do with that. It is, It started being a problem before I transitioned. No, I'm not underdosing. I'm doing good. I'm doing good on that. You're normal weight? Yes. For a long time I was borderline underweight, but I was still relatively normal, but I've always been within, you know, within the acceptable range, if that makes sense. Within the normal range. This is not something that I can just undo by changing a lifestyle thing. This is a thing that my body does, and will always do. This is not something curable. And there basically isn't any treatment for it either. I appreciate people trying to give me advice, but it is not something I can fix. Currently I am recognized as not needing to work full-time. The reason I am a full-time streamer because it is basically the only job I can do. And do consistently. And even then I struggle. I mean, you all know how... No, I don't want to cut the entire layer. You all know how often I cancel streams, and that's often why. I often cancel because I get a flare-up and I can't stream. But yes, I am currently recognized as not needing to work full-time. I mean, the amount of support I get from the government, which is some, I don't get nothing, is not enough to live on, realistically. I am lucky in that I have other support from family and such, but it is not enough to live on. I need to make sure I do a lipstick. Someone remind me to do a lipstick. I'll do it now so I don't forget. Is it an inherited or developing condition? I don't actually know. And I don't think anyone really does. It is very hard to find work if you're chronically just barely able to move. Yes, it is. Ask me how I know. There we go. Lipstick. No, hang on. I need to do... you. But yeah, I don't actually know much about it in terms of that. I don't think anyone really does. It's a condition that is not really well understood, as far as I know. But it is... There have been studies onto it, and part of the problem with it is that they just... there isn't very much you can do about it, and also, the name is very misleading. Chronic fatigue makes it sound like you get a little eepy sometimes, right? And while that is true, I do get a little eepy sometimes. In fact, all the time. I'm always slightly tired. At the very least. I don't remember what it's like to not be tired. I am always tired. 100% of the time. But, that is not really what chronic fatigue means. What if there's two types? There's probably multiple types. Is the thing. There's probably several types, but no one really knows much about it. But yeah, it's not just getting a little eepy. That's what it sounds like, which is why it's often like, people often like, what's the word? I can't think of the word. People often underestimate how debilitating it is. Because it is somewhat getting a little bit eepy, right? I am a little bit eepy all the time. Because that's not really what it is either. Let me explain a little bit about what happens when I have a flare-up, because it can vary sometimes. The first sign that I am getting a flare-up is that all of my limbs start to hurt, and I lose all my strength in my limbs. That is the first sign of a flare-up. That is a bad flare-up, but not a severe flare-up. That's a flare-up I can't just push through. I cancel a stream for it, right? I have had situations where I have tried to start stream. I think it was back when I was playing Xenoblade X. I picked up my Switch. I went to pick up my Switch, and I tried to disconnect the controllers. My fingers were not strong enough to push the buttons on the back of the Switch controllers to release them from the Switch. They did not have enough strength in them to press the buttons to release the Joy-Cons from the Switch. And that was when I said, I'm not streaming today. I can't do it. I'm calling it. But it gets worse than that. The worst flare-up I have ever had happened last year. The worst flare-up I have ever had came out of nowhere one evening. What tends to happen is that my fatigue tends to get worse after I've eaten for a while, for a few hours. I often eat something and then pass out immediately afterwards, because I can't maintain my energy level past that. And what had happened was, I had just eaten something. I had ordered myself a pizza as a treat, and I had eaten some pizza, and my energy level started to plummet, as it normally does. But it kind of got worse than that. If I had been outside at any point, that evening I would have assumed someone had spiked my drink. Because I started to majorly hallucinate. I lost a lot of control of my body. My limbs were not responding to movement correctly. It felt to me like the world was melting. Everything appeared to be swirling and melting around my vision. I couldn't balance. I was really, really struggling to stand. I eventually made my way. I was staying with my parents back then, because that was when I was having my housing issues. And so I managed very, very carefully to make my way upstairs, clean my teeth, and get into bed. But it was a struggle. And that is the worst flare-up I have had. I could barely function. It felt like I had been dosed. And this is after I had been in hospital a couple of years ago for surgery, and I had been on some very strong painkillers. And the equivalent of morphine, right? It was comparable to a heavy dose of morphine. How much it messed with my faculties and my ability to function. It was a comparable experience. And that was what that felt like. And it was extremely unpleasant. My disabilities are quite severe in a lot of cases. So what happens when you order a morphine pizza? Oh, I should have realized I shouldn't have ordered the morphine pizza. I mean, I was not working full-time in a Japanese AAA company last year. In fact, I have never worked full-time in a Japanese AAA company. I have worked at Traveler's Tales, which is originally a British company, I believe. But Greg's one of the things. Yeah, could you be a sausage roll and a chicken bake slice? Thanks. Welcome in, D&D. Thanks for the first time chat. Great first time chat, by the way. 40 hours a week is nonsense. Yeah, I could not maintain it, and that was the main reason I ended up leaving, because my disabilities would not let me maintain it. I didn't realize it was disabilities at the time. I was just getting really, really sick, and I didn't know why. Just in general, yeah, I mean, yes, you're correct. In fact, there have been plenty of studies showing that significantly fewer hours have zero effects on, with no decrease in pay, has zero effect on productivity. But that's a different discussion. There's a lot of arguments you can make for this kind of thing, but yeah, it is a lot. It's a lot for anyone to deal with. It has only been relatively recently that I actually realized this was a disability at all. That I actually really... That I actually really realized I had chronic fatigue at all. It was actually only last year that anyone suggested it to me. I knew there was something up, but I've been tested for things like, I've been tested for anemia prior, a few times actually, and the test always came back with there was nothing wrong with my iron levels, and so I don't have anemia. So problem solved. Problem was not solved. About nervous insomnia? I don't know. I do get insomnia sometimes. But often it's because, I think often it is tied, my insomnia is tied to chronic fatigue in a way. Because I often have to push to keep myself awake. And so I'm kind of just used to doing that passively all the time. And so if I actually want to sleep, and I'm in a state where I'm pushing to keep myself awake, which I usually am, I kind of just can't stop, right? I can't just stop keeping myself awake. The reason why companies don't see productivity decrease with the hour decrease is because secretly most companies aren't as busy as they think they are. I think that's often the case, yeah. But it's also, there's been some psychology in it. If you are focusing on a single task for a certain amount of time, your productivity massively decreases after a certain point. And I think that's simply it. It's just the case that, like, people are running out of steam. And need to do something else. Nervous insomnia is a condition on its own. I don't really know much about it. I've not heard of it before. But I am generally of the opinion that there is not enough support for people with disabilities right now. And there's a lot of focus, especially in places like the UK, on the idea of encouraging people to work. There's a lot of thing of just like, we just need to give people incentive, and that's not how that works. The reality is, if more disabled people were supported and felt able to, and didn't feel, more disabled people would be willing and able to work if they had a safety net and support in place. The lack of that safety net is actually detrimental. Because there's nothing in place other than just saying, we're going to get rid of your money so you have to work, right? That doesn't work. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like tying disability funds to work and things it doesn't work, and it's cruelty, really. Ultimately. It's ultimately a cruel thing to do. I don't know about a money laundering scheme, but it certainly isn't kind. Oh, over there it is? That may be the case. I don't know much about that. But yes, I think there should be more support for people with disabilities. I think there is not enough. And while that would obviously directly benefit me, that is not why I think that. Art fight! Welcome in, Oleander. Thank you for the first time chat. Actually, that should be skin tone. Literally everyone should have more income than disability provides. Agreed. I agree. Everyone should have, I believe that everyone should have enough money to live. To have a decent quality of life. Hold on a second. Yep. I love art fight. Always gets you motivated to work on art. Only problem is I forget it's supposed to be during other people's OCs. I mean, if it gets you motivated, nothing wrong with just doing some art. You don't have to do it for art fight. I'm honestly just using art fight as an excuse to draw some cool art. I just wanted to draw it, so I might as well do it for art fight. Now, I will say I don't want to turn my chat into just a discussion of politics. I know politics is like a big thing and is very important to the discussion of disability and all of that, but I do think I do want to keep the energy a little bit positive. And I think it is there is a lot to worry and complain about, and a lot that could be improved. But I do think I want to keep the energy a little bit positive here. I don't want to focus purely on the negative. If it attack twice, you must return fire. The way I see it, I talked about this a little bit earlier. The way I see it is Art Fight is a gifting game. My friend Umi was talking about this recently. You are gifting art to people. There is no requirement to revenge if you don't want to. I mean, if you want to, that's totally cool. But there's no, like, requirement. I don't think anyone is going to complain if you don't revenge them. And I do think that if they do complain because you didn't revenge them, they've kind of missed the point of Art Fight, right? Should your coworkers Monster Hunter Rise and Zero Ranger? I didn't really get on with Monster Hunter Rise. I didn't like the wire bug mechanic. You love revenge attacks? Heck yeah.
Tell me for whom do
Thank
you
you for the
fight?
follow, Samara. You're an accomplice to my crimes now. Congratulations. This is actually my first ever Art Fight attack. I only joined the thing yesterday. I like most Monster Hunters. I have a story about Monster Hunter. I only got into Monster Hunter by sheer coincidence. And I got into Monster Hunter as a direct consequence to the Wii U having no games. You've been on and off the site for several years? Heck yeah. A lot of my friends have. I wanted to do it last year and I signed up, but I had a little bit of a mental health spiral and I didn't get around to doing anything. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do it this year because I was having a little bit of burnout, and I didn't want to put more pressure on myself. However, yesterday I was trying to come up with something to do for stream, and I was like, I want to draw. And then I thought, if I want to draw, why don't I just do Art Fight? If I'm drawing anyway, I might as well do Art Fight about it. But yeah, I got into Monster Hunter specifically because the Wii U had no games. I had picked up a Wii U because I tried one at my friend's house and loved it. And I wanted one, so I picked one up, and then I realized that there was nothing really to play on it, aside from, like, Xenoblade, which was great, by the way, don't get me wrong, Xenoblade was great. So I was looking for other games to play, and I just went around my local game store and looked for games, and one of the ones that stuck out was this cool box art for this game called Monster Hunter Rise. Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate was what it's called. And it looked really cool, so I picked it up. And I loved it. I loved Monster Hunter 3U. I was hooked. And so when Monster Hunter World came out, I picked up that. And I loved it. And ever since I've been a Monster Hunter fan. I love Monster Hunter. First couple of years I didn't finish Peace in Time and couldn't post them in time. Aw, that's unfortunate. I'm pretty slow at art, honestly. I'm not the fastest. I've been doing this one for almost 6 hours now, and I'm getting there, but I'm not done. I'm not even close to it being done. I've got like a bunch more stuff to do on this one. Your first Monster Hunter was Try on Wii and just didn't get into it. That's very fair. If I understand right, 3 Ultimate, I think, was a remake of Try? Or like a port with upgraded textures and stuff? What kind of characters can you relate to most physically? I don't really relate to characters based on their physicality. But I think if I have to select like one physical trait that I associate with a lot, it is small. I relate to characters who are small. Because I am also small. As you may have noticed, I am very small. So like Madeline, Maddie is, yeah, Maddie is one I can relate to quite a lot. In a lot of ways, for a lot of reasons. I only played Celeste for the first time last year. It was what I played for my 1-year stream anniversary. I played Celeste all the way through. Well, at least up to the peak. I didn't do like the bonus stuff. From the beginning up to the peak. And I had an absolutely fabulous time. Celeste is a real gem of a game. I don't necessarily know which berry was missing, but 200 out of 200, 201 out of 202 even is really impressive. I think I got somewhere in the region of like 70% of them. But I was fairly casual, I just picked up the ones I saw. Okay, I think we keep the outlines on most of this still black, but I want to do the metals. Just need quite a dark outline. There are 26 golden there are golden strawberries? I don't find any golden strawberries. They have for exploration? I see. I've been wondering if I should go back and try some of the later stuff in Celeste. I'm still very pleased with myself that I got most of the blue hearts. I've not even tried the B-sides. No, I've only beaten up to the I've only played up to the peak of the mountain. I've not done any more than that. I have beaten the summit. Yes, I did reach the summit and see the end at the end of the main story. Yes. I am missing the core. I missed the blue heart from the final section because I didn't realize I had to collect like a heart in each area. And so when I got to the end, I was like, "Oh, I'm missing one." But I did get the blue hearts and all the others. And I'm very pleased with myself. I'm very happy with myself for solving some of those puzzles because some of them were not trivial. Okay, we got to do the wings and the rest of. Let's do the rest of the hair first. That's eyes. Okay. What's that? That's wings. Hair. Okay, cool. Do this. Oh, we gotta do the frills as well. I gotta remember to do those. We'll do those after this. B-sides are slightly shorter than A-sides, but it would take way more time to beat due to all difficulty. Yeah. I've seen some of the B-sides, and they look very hard. I'm not sure how much I really care to do them. Because I felt very satisfied by the main story of Celeste. I don't necessarily feel like harder challenges are really what I want out of the game, if that makes sense. The main game took me about 11 hours to finish, and it was tough. Oh no, I would. So okay, let me be clear about something. Usually, if I don't intend to go back to something, I generally still do not want spoilers for them. There are reasons I don't, but I generally do not want spoilers for things that I haven't experienced, whether I intend to experience them or not. There are sometimes exceptions, but I would rather not have the spoilers, please. I appreciate that you want to talk about it, but I would rather not have the spoilers. I have not beaten Deltarune. Generally, I am not intending to play Deltarune. I might, but I have been generally avoiding it. For personal reasons. I don't really want to go into it at this change, but I've been mostly avoiding Deltarune so far for personal reasons. Yeah, I think you could possibly guess why, at least to some degree. So I have only played Deltarune Chapter 1, and I would probably play it again because if I did play Deltarune, because I do not remember it. Yeah, I think you have mostly guessed the reason. Chapter 2 would probably be okay, but like, I feel like if I'm gonna play Chapter 2, I might as well play the rest of it, right? You are the wings, aren't you? Yes. There we go. Chapter 3 is kind of the weakest. I mean, I don't think that really matters. I still think I would prepare myself to play all of them if I was going to do that. I do need to decide what I'm going to be streaming next, honestly, as my next playthrough. It's not going to be for a couple of weeks, because my 2-year anniversary is next Monday, and I have a fun thing planned for that. You need to go play the Deltarune? Yeah. I mean, if you want to. So... Back to the end of the tail there in a minute. So the to-do list, which has a habit of never getting touched, that's a mood. I've got a long backlog of games. I've touched on some of them while I've been streaming, but there's a lot more that I haven't. Here we go. Okay. I think we are getting there. Get rid of the reference now. Okay. what I want to do is I want to resize the canvas. That should be good. That'll work. Yes, it did. Okay, cool. Which 42K VR Mario Kart Wii Retro Rewind. That's pretty solid. Okay, let me group you up. That should remove everything. Yes, okay. I'm enjoying Deltarune, but without going into specifics, you have been feeling fatigued with the fundamental aspect of the game's design. That's fair. That's very fair. I want to do... Let me try this. Let me see how this looks. Okay, I actually quite like that. I think that adds quite a lot. We need to add it to the back hair and the wings too, but that's easy enough. It's wings, so I need it here. Back hair is behind that. Change is here, yes, okay. Alright, I like that. I like that a lot. Nice clothes. She looks really damn good with that blue fire. Thank you! I'm really pleased with it. I think I want like a background here, and I think I want kind of a... I think I want kind of a very dark blue. Why is this being so awkward? Hold on. I think that's the idea. What if we do it from the fire, though? Yeah, that definitely works better. Then a much larger brush on a separate layer. We'll add some lighting in afterwards, I think. Small Gaussian blur to this. Or a large Gaussian blur to this. Okay. And then we need to add a shadow. I'm going to Gaussian blur this, so I'm not too worried about the shape of it. The wings seem good for gliding? Yeah. Okay, this is looking good. I'm liking this. I want to tweak the lighting on her as well, but I also want... Where are we? You. I want some dappled light of everything. Puppets! Turn the particle size down. I'm not quite that far down. That's about right. It's just kind of about layering things up, I think. I know those were the clouds somewhere, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah! I think noise is the one. SM64 wing cap moment. Overlay maybe might be the one. Quite. Oh, that looks really nice. I like that a lot. I also want one at the back. A layer behind her of fog. Multiply's not going to work. We need to fade that out towards the bottom, I think. I do not remember. It was one or the other. We're getting there. There's a couple more things I want to do. I want to do some... Will this work? It does work! Excellent, that's exactly what I want. Okay, there's gotta be a... Is there a way to make like a filter layer? Because I want to add like a contrast boost over this. Is there a way to do like a correction layer? I don't know. Let me check. I'm gonna look this up on my phone. Do-do-do-do. Just colors with correction layers. Okay, that is a thing you can do. Let's work out how. How do I do this? Edit new correction layer. You know what? I should have seen that. Where is this? This is not a thing. It's not here. Why do I not have correction layers? Hold on. How do I access correction layers? Let's see. Oh, it's in layer. It's not edit at all. So that was just lying to me. There we go. So I can just clip it to that layer as well, but... And I think I will. New correction layer, and we'll do a hue saturation. No. Correction layer. Tone curve, that's the one. I want to bring blues up. I want to bring green up. And I want to bring red down. Honestly, this kind of looks great. I actually really like this. But I do have one more effect I want to do. There is one more effect I want to do, and it's a little bit of a cheat. So first of all, I want to duplicate everything here. Then, I want to delete the outline layers. We're going to delete all the outline layers. I'm sure there is a better way to do this, but then we're going to merge the group. Then we're going to crank the contrast way up. Not quite that way. We need to do it with tone curve. Crank the contrast right up. Kind of like that, yeah. Dragons have layers? They do. Honestly, that kind of looks awesome. We're actually then going to pull the saturation down a bit. Pull the luminosity. Okay. We then need to tone curve again, I think. I think that's good. And then we need to adjust the contrast. And now we do a massive Gaussian blur on this. This is bloom. I'm adding bloom. I want to add a little bit more of the fog at her feet. Realistic next-gen HD.
Do not let yourself become shrimp.
Thank you, I will not become shrimp.
Make sure to drink your oil.
I will dink my oida, thank you. I feel like this is suitably menacing. Wait, oh, can I change this anywhere? She looks like life goals. She looks like she's a model walking down the villainous model runway. Heck yeah, that's the goal. That's the idea. I actually really like this. I think this looks great. What do y'all think? I think we add just one more layer of edge darkness to just kind of focus it in a little bit, especially up to the top. I have an Artfight account? I do! I think I want to do one more thing. I'm just adding little bits of detail to this, but I think we're nearly done. I want to add one more detail here. I'm going to add another blue glow. Just to light up some of the fog in the background a little bit. This looks cool. Thanks, Mono. How you doing? You hope the person I'm fighting will like it? Me too. I'm sure she will. I am sure she will. I think we're done. I think we're done, gamers. I want to stick my logo in the bottom corner. Hold on. I'm going to stick my logo in the bottom corner. Noah will love it. I'm sure she will. I had this image in my head when I saw her art. I was just like, I want to draw that. I want to draw that. It's really good. Thank you. I gotta stick my logo in the corner. Give me a second. Come on. Here we go. I need to just quickly pull the saturation from it. Overlay is not the right one. Maybe screen? Screen's good because we can lower that to about 10% and keep that in the corner. Now, I do need to just very quickly... I haven't set this up properly and I need to. I need to do a tone curve because I think that'll make it more readable. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I think we got this. I think we're good. I think we're done. It's my first Artfight attack. I'm very happy with this. I'm gonna make sure I save this properly. She really do be slaying. I'm really happy with how this came out. I'm really happy with how this came out. I'm sure Noel will love it. I still want to proceed, yes. If you saw how you'd fold, me too. Frankly, me too. Honestly, I'm really happy with this. This has come out way better than I even dared hope, honestly. I've been working on this for 6.5 hours. I've been streaming for 7.5. I gotta wrap up. I gotta wrap up, gamers. I will post this to Artfight and I will put it on Blue Sky too. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I'm really happy with this. Let me drop back to our chatting screen. And we can find someone to raid. Impressive time? Thank you. I'm not the fastest at odd, but I like to put it my all in, and if it takes time, it takes time. But thank you for hanging out, everybody. I'm gonna find us someone to raid into. Let's see who's live. Let's see. Who have we got? We got a lot of cool people. Actually, yeah, there's a lot of people live right now. Let's see. You know what? Well, let's go see Sally. She's still on doing her Hot Cowgirl Summer. She's raised enough money to fix her AC and is now raising money for gender-affirming care. And you know what? I think that's a great thing to do. She's been gone for 6 hours though, but she normally goes for 8. So we're gonna go into Sally. She seems to still be going on, so we're gonna go into Sally. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I will hopefully be streaming again tomorrow with some more Art Fight. But for now, let me drop a raid message. We'll just keep it simple. Art Fight raid. Please be nice to Sally. I would really appreciate it if you'd stick around with the raid. And drop the raid message into the chat when we get there. Whichever emotes you want are absolutely fine. You can use whichever you like. But there's 2 pre-prepared ones for you. And thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I've had a fantastic time. I hope you all have too. I will hopefully see you all tomorrow for a little bit more Art Fight. And then again on Monday for my 2-year stream anniversary celebration, which I'm excited for. But thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I love you all, and I will see you soon. Goodbye for now.